Good morning. It's 9 a.m. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order of the State Public Charter School Authority. We will start with the roll call.
Chair Thigpen.
Here.
Vice Chair Whitaker.
Present.
Member Addis.
Present.
Dr. Aldaba.
Present.
Member Richards. Member Salcido.
Here.
Member Stern.
Present.
Member Turner.
Present.
Thank you very much. And if you'll please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. We will go ahead and open up agenda item number 2, public comment number 1. As a reminder, this is for anything on today's agenda item. For anything not on the agenda, we have a second public comment period at the end of today's meeting. Do we have any public comment in the boardroom? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online?
The
Thank
public
you.
line is up and working. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. We will close the public comment period and open agenda item number 3. The State Public Charter School Authority will hold a public hearing in compliance with the procedures for adjudication of contested cases under NRS 233B to make a final determination regarding the notice of termination of 100 Academy DBA Future Edge Charter School Future Edge as approved by the SPCSA Board on June 26, 2026. In accordance with NRS 388A330. And I think this is over to the General Counsel of SPCSA, Samantha King-Powell.
Mr. Chair, before we get started, is there anyone here representing Future Edge for this hearing?
Sorry, I'm an employee at Future Edge, but I'm not here representing Future Edge.
Okay, thanks. You can let us know. Is there anyone here representing the Future Edge charter holder or the Future Edge board?
Michael Marshall here from the board.
Okay, Mr. Marshall, are you an attorney or are you actually on the board?
I was the acting president.
Okay, so you're here in representation of Future Edge's board?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
May I ask for a 1-minute recess?
You may.
We can go back on whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair. We can go back on whenever you're ready.
We'll go ahead and start the meeting back up again.
Mr. Marshall?
Sorry, I misunderstood. I'm just here as a witness.
Okay. That's what we were trying to clarify because we weren't sure if you were, putting on a case or what have you.
No, I apologize. I misunderstood.
No, you're totally fine, and thank you for identifying yourself. I'll make sure the record reflects that. But just to be clear, there's no one here that is planning on putting on a case or defense on behalf of Future Edge. Okay, thank you.
Chair, before we get started, I would like to ask for a 10-minute recess after the board votes.
That's fine.
Okay, good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. My name is Samantha King Powell, and I will be the attorney of record for the state in this matter. This is a public hearing on the notice of intent to terminate the charter contract between the SPCSA and the governing body of 100 Academy of Excellence, doing business as Future Edge Charter School, issued by this board on June 26, 2026. The question before the board is narrow, but it must be considered in light of the grounds for termination identified in the June 2026 notice. The notice identified 3 grounds for termination under NRS 388A 330. Future Edge's financial impairment and resulting inability to continue operating, its failure to maintain a governing body compliant with Nevada law, and the improper exercise of the school's EMO of authority reserved to the governing body in violation of NRS 388A 393. 4 corrective actions prescribed in the notice were intended to cure the grounds for termination. The board must therefore determine whether Future Edge completed the required satisfaction within the prescribed cure period. If it did, the charter contract may not be terminated based on those deficiencies. If it did not, the grounds remain uncorrected, and the board may terminate the charter contract under NRS 388A 330. The SPCSA bears the burden of proof. Under NRS Chapter 233B, the board's findings and decisions must be supported by preponderance of the evidence. That means the evidence must establish that the fact is more likely true than not. The Future Edge is not expected to present competing evidentiary case, but that does not lower the SPCSA's burden. The board must still determine whether SPCSA's evidence establishes the facts necessary to decide whether the identified deficiencies were corrected. By way of background, the evidence will show that Future Edge is a brick-and-mortar public charter school located at 2341 Comstock Drive in North Las Vegas. It operates a single campus serving approximately 318 students in kindergarten through 8th grade. For historical context, the Nevada Legislature first established a statutory framework for the creation and sponsorship of the charter schools in 1997. 9 years later, during the 2006-2007 school year, 100 Academy opened under the sponsorship of Clark County School District. The SPCSA was not created until 2011. Thus, 100 Academy predates SPCSA by 5 years and has operated continuously for nearly 20 years. The school originally opened as 100 Academy of Engineering and Technology and adopted the name Future Edge Academy in June 2024. It began contracting with Support Solution Services, or SSS, their EMO, Education Management Organization, in 2020. Future Edge transferred from Clark County School District sponsorship to SPCSA sponsorship. Clark County School District sponsorship to SPCSA sponsorship for the 2025-2026 school year. Its current charter contract runs through June 30th, 2028, unless terminated or surrendered earlier. On June 26, 2026, this board voted to issue a notice of termination, notice of intent to terminate, consistent with NAC 388A 345. The notice identified evidence supporting the action, the grounds for termination, and the specific actions Future Edge could take to correct the deficiencies. The notice identified 3 related grounds. First, bond default and financial impairment. The evidence is expected to show that Future Edge acquired a bond in March 2021 to purchase its facility, that by June 2026 it had not made required payments for more than 4 months, and that Rosemar, the bondholder, issued a notice of intent to default on June 22nd. The notice identified resulting threat to Future Edge's continued access, its facility, and its ability to continue operating. Second, governing body deficiencies. The evidence is expected to show that Future Edge had not maintained a legally constituted governing body since at least February 2026. The notice found that the school therefore lacked a governing body capable of independently exercising the oversight, financial stewardship, and operational authority required by Nevada law and the charter contract. Third, improper EMO control. As shown on the screen, NRS 388A 393 establishes express prohibitions on the school's relationship with its EMO. As you hear evidence today, I want to point you to this subsection of NRS, specifically what it prohibits EMOs to do. Subsection 1A. An EMO cannot give direct control of financial decisions. It cannot authorize payments of loans, advances, or other monetary charges from a contractor or educational management organization. It cannot require the charter school to pay the contractor or EMO before payment of other obligations. It cannot allow the contractor or EMO to cause delay in repayment of a loan, which the delay would increase the cost of the charter school or proposed charter school by repaying the loan or advance. The evidence will show that the school's EMO did not operate merely as a service provider accountable to the governing body. It exercised control over the school's bank accounts, financial decisions, and while the school also relied upon the EMO for working capital and obtained a loan in advance from the EMO. The bank account evidence is relevant, not simply because the EMO had access, but because the nature and extent of that access demonstrates who really controlled the school's funds. The June 26th notice gave Future Edge until July 27th, 2026 to complete 4 defined corrective actions. First, Future Edge was required to either provide a fully executed lease for a replacement facility in the same zip code. Second, Future Edge was required to establish and maintain a legally compliant governing body capable of independently exercising its fiduciary, financial, and operational responsibilities. Third, Future Edge was required to terminate its agreement with SSS, their EMO. Fourth, Future Edge was required to adopt and submit a governing body approved budget that accounted for the new facility, anticipated revenues and expenditures, bond and other debt, and a financially sustainable plan for continued operations. Those 4 corrective actions define the cure inquiry. The question is whether the evidence establishes Future Edge actually completed those cure items by July 27th. The board must consider each corrective action separately. The SPCSA is not required to establish that Future Edge failed to complete all 4 corrective actions. If the board finds by preponderance of the evidence that Future Edge failed to complete 1 or more, the board may terminate the charter contract. The SPCSA will present 2 witnesses. First, you will hear from Seth Klimpner of Rosemar. Mr. Klimpner will testify regarding Future Edge's obligations under the bond, the status of the default, and Rosemar's rights and available remedies under the bond documents. He will also explain what the unresolved default means for Future Edge's continued use of the facility and ability to continue operating. You will hear from Kristen Casey Guthrie, Future Edge's current principal. Ms. Guthrie will testify about the specific financial and governance functions exercised by the school's EMO that were reserved for the governing body. She will testify about the actions Future Edge took during the cure period, including whether the school secured a replacement facility, established a compliant governing body, and terminated the SSS agreement. Together, their testimony will establish that what Future Edge did within the cure period and whether the bond and facility condition identified in the notice will be resolved. At the close of evidence, SPCSA will ask the board to determine, by a preponderance of the evidence, whether Future Edge completed each corrective action by the July 27th deadline. SPCSA expects the testimony to establish that Future Edge did not secure the required replacement facility, pay the bond in full, did not establish and maintain the required governing body, and did not adopt the required governing body budget. SPCSA will ask the board to determine that Future Edge did not correct the deficiencies, and SPCSA will ask the board to terminate Future Edge's charter contract. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, since we have no one here on behalf of Future Edge to present a case, we can begin with the board's case in chief.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. The state would like to call Seth Klipner of Rosemar. Good morning, Mr. Klipner.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Seth Klempner, SETHKLEMPNER.
Could you please describe your role with Rosemar?
Oh, hold on, let's get him sworn in before we start asking questions. Mr. Klepner, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Klempner, could you please describe your role with Rosemar?
I am a principal at Rosemar on the investment team in charge of making investments in tax-exempt bonds for charter schools and other non-for-profits and government entities.
And what is your involvement with the bond issued to Future Edge Charter School?
We are the holder of the bond to Future Edge.
And what experience do you have with charter school bond financing?
I have been investing in charter school bonds for more than 10 years.
Thank you. Chair Thigpen, I ask that the bond balance memorandum, which Teresa will show on the screen, be admitted into evidence as State Exhibit 1.
There's no opposition, Mr. Chair, so you can admit, in fact, we can just admit all exhibits ahead of time, so you don't have to keep asking. There's no one to object to that. So, Mr. Chair, if you want to just make an announcement that all prosecution exhibits are admitted into evidence.
I grant that all prosecution exhibits may be admitted into evidence. Thank you.
Teresa, could you show the bond balance? It's not on the screen yet. That's the wrong exhibit. Mr. Klempner, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell the board what it is?
So that document is a ledger of the outstanding bond balance. The par, it states there are 3 series of bonds that were all issued and purchased by Rosemar as part of the 2021 transaction, along with the coupon or interest rate charged on the 3 different series or QSIPs. The par amount outstanding is effectively the balance remaining on the 3 series, and the principal owed and the interest owed column reflects the past due payments related to the December and June coupon payments, the most recent December and June coupon payments.
Can you tell us the last payment you received from Future Edge? When was that?
The last payment we received was June of 2025.
So is it correct in stating that for over a year, Future Edge has not paid their bond?
That is correct.
You mentioned that you've been investing in charter school bonds for some time now. Can you explain generally how a proposed charter school bond financing is evaluated before it's purchased?
Sure. We conduct a credit evaluation of the school where we look at 4 pillars of the school, being finances, enrollment, academics, and governance. We will look at then look at their ability and willingness to pay back the loan. Based on that, we will come to a conclusion on the creditworthiness and the appropriate interest rate to offer to a given school, as well as the dollar amount that either we're willing to lend or that's appropriate for them to borrow, given the circumstances, whether they are looking to purchase their building, refinance an existing loan, or build an expansion.
Can you tell me about what authorities Rosemar has as the bondholder to enforce payment on the bond if an entity defaults?
So our authority really runs through the document. There are a couple things that we can do. We can, in the case that there is a deposit account and control agreement, we can instruct the trustee to take control of the deposits in that account. The trustee obviously has to act within the law. The primary means at which we have to enforce payment is the mortgage that we hold in the property.
Did you inform Future Edge that they needed to change management in order to keep their bond?
Yes, we were interested in seeing the replacement of the management team.
If the board does not vote to terminate, what actions does Rosemar expect to enforce?
It would be difficult for me to say exactly at this time without I suppose without a manager. I don't think we think Future Edge has an ability to pay its debt service. We most likely would move to foreclose and sell the real estate.
Thank you, Mr. Klempner. The state has no further questions.
Members of the board, if you have any questions for the witness, this would be the time.
Any questions from board colleagues? Member Stern.
Good morning, Member Stern, for the record. Just a quick question. You mentioned that you had been in communication with Future Edge about that it's been a year since they have made a payment, that you've been in communication about the need for a change in management. Can you just clarify a little bit more your communication, what that timeline was, and how much communication you've had with the school trying to address or resolve this problem?
Yeah. We first became aware of the problem in December 2025. Starting in December 2025, we set up weekly calls with the managers of SSS. The manager increasingly failed to attend those meetings with myself and my colleague. And so I'd say the communication was inconsistent. At first, the communication and conversation was about things that the manager could do or school could do to improve its operations, finances, and enrollment. I would say that as time progressed and the manager failed to attend the meetings, we lost confidence in the manager or school's ability to implement a turnaround strategy.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you so much for answering my question. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed forward.
The state calls Kristen Casey Guthrie.
Ms. Guthrie, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Guthrie. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kristen Guthrie, KristenGuthrie.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. How long have you worked at Future Edge?
I have been an employee at Future Edge since December of 2015.
And what positions have you held at Future Edge?
I've been a teacher, an instructional coach, the assistant principal, and currently the principal.
Did you say you're currently principal?
Yes.
Thank you. As principal, what responsibilities give you firsthand knowledge of the school's finances, vendors, facility, governing body, and relationship with their EMO, SSS?
As the principal, I work with SSS and the governing board in terms of vendor contracts, being able to make decisions for the success of the school. As the principal, I also am in charge of all of the leadership, instructional leadership, staff leadership, trainings, communication, facilities, school operations, all the components of running the school.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about your experience working with SSS. What roles did SSS perform in Future Edge's financial operations?
SSS had full control of the financial operations at Future Edge.
When a financial decision had to be made, what were you as principal required to do?
I was required to get approval for all transactions outside of curriculum, which was managed by them. To purchase things through Amazon, I would put things in the cart. I would have to call SSS Partners representative to then complete the purchase at the school site. That's how all purchases were conducted through the school.
Did SSS ever talk to you about a budget, what funds you had access to for different departments?
I was given the budget in the tentative phase and at the board meetings, but I had limited conversations about input on the budget.
So if you needed some supplies for school, were you able to have that conversation and ask how much you could spend?
We generally just put the items in the Amazon cart to be approved. That was the process.
So that limited process was the extent of your knowledge of any of the school's finances as principal?
Correct.
Okay. What access as principal did you have to the school's bank account statements, transaction history, or other financial records?
None.
How did your lack of direct access to the school's financial information affect your ability to perform your duties as principal?
It was difficult to be able to make decisions about what I could approve or allow for activities, field trips. I think also just the daily operations of the school, that we would have access to our platforms, our dashboards, if the confidence that bills were being paid for the materials we needed to run the day-to-day operations of the school.
You mentioned an SS representative. Who was that?
Shabam Pandy.
And you said that you didn't have access to the bank accounts. Did the board have access?
Part of the time.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who had direct control of the school's bank account?
The signatories on the account were Shabam Pandy, Eric Lefroy, and Dennis Obergon.
And who is Eric Lafoy and Dennis Obermann?
They are previous board members of the school.
So they are no longer on the board?
They are not.
Okay. When did you first learn that Mr. Pandy had been named or given access to the school's bank account directly?
When I became the principal, I was aware he was on the bank account.
Do you know if the governing body gave that approval or access to Mr. Pandy?
I do not know.
When you learned that you didn't have any direct access to the bank account as principal and your current board chair also did not have access, what steps did you take to correct that?
We went to Western Alliance Bank. We had to be able to put ourselves on the bank account, and there was a multi-day process to be able to gain access and put people that are currently representing the school on the bank account.
Has Mr. Pandy been removed from the school's bank account?
Yes.
Who is currently listed on the school's bank account?
Myself and Mr. Michael Marshall. He's our current board president.
Did you ever request greater transparency or access to your financial information from Mr. Pandy?
Yes.
What can you tell me a little bit about that process?
Yes, I had requested transparency on the current state of the finances of the school. This was middle of this current semester of school. I had asked for maybe like a budget 101 because I have access to the spreadsheets, but I was interested in the story and how financial decisions were being made on behalf of the school. I did receive a response of the quarterly financial report, which is something that I do upload to Epicenter, so have access to and have seen, and asked for a meeting of just kind of like that blanket financial overview for the story, and there was no meeting scheduled or any response on that.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. I'd like to show you an exhibit of some bank statements. Teresa, could you pull up state exhibit number 3? Ms. Guthrie, have you seen this before?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a bank statement from October 2025.
Okay. Is there anything particularly interesting that you'd like to point out?
There's a credit on 10/22 of $120,000 from SSS Partners.
When you say credit, what does that mean?
It appears $120,000 were transferred into the school's bank account from SSS Partners.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, could you pull up state exhibit number 4? Ms. Guthrie, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
They are the governing board meeting minutes from October 28th, 2025.
Thank you. And Teresa, could you scroll down? Ms. Guthrie, could you tell us what number 3 says?
Approval of loan promissory note from SSS Partners for $120,000.
Okay. And these are the minutes. So it appears that this is what happened after the board voted. Can you tell me what the board voted on?
The board approved the promissory note of $120,000 from SSS Partners on October 28th, 2025.
Okay. And Teresa, can we just go back up to the top one more time? And can you confirm, Ms. Guthrie, what date was this meeting?
October 28th, 2025.
So is it your understanding that SSS Partners deposited $120,000 prior to getting board approval at this meeting?
Yes.
I'd like to bring up State Exhibit number 6. It would be the technology lab quote. Yes. Ms. Guthrie, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is the approved quote for Technology Lab.
And what is Technology Lab?
They are our IT support provider.
Teresa, could you go to page 2? Ms. Guthrie, did this Technology Lab quote go to you as the school leader?
Did not.
Who did it go to?
Shabon Pandy.
And did it go to the school here in Nevada?
It did not.
Where did it go?
Dallas, Texas.
And who's listed as the point of contact on this contract?
Shabon Pandy.
And can you read that email address to me?
shabam@ptaaschool.org.
Okay. And Teresa, can you go to the last page? And scroll up a little bit. Who signed this contract?
Shabon Pandy.
Thank you. Since Shabam Pandy signed this contract on behalf of the school, did you, as principal of the school or the board, have any ability to refute the contract?
Not after it was signed.
Thank you. Did Mr. Pandy ask you about your input into the contract prior to it being signed?
No.
Was this tech support? Is that a local tech support?
It is not. They're based out of Nashville.
And how helpful was this Nashville-based tech support to you as principal?
In terms of part of the contract is like hardware support. It's not possible to be on site to support from Nashville the needs that the school would have using a company that's not local.
Did you have any issues trying to get support from Technology Lab?
Mainly just when we needed on-site support because it would be an additional fee on top of the $5,000 a month contract that we were in.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Pandy never asked you if that would meet the technology needs of the school?
No.
Thank you. Teresa, could you bring up State Exhibit number 7? Ms. Guthrie, this is a school report about Future Edge. Teresa, could you scroll down? And keep going. Right there. Those are the current board members listed for Future Edge. Can you verify who, if any, are still on the board?
Dr. Kyle Ward,
Okay, one.
Dr. Greta PA, and Mr. Michael Marshall.
So 3 out of a 9-position board. In June, the SPCSA, one of the cure items for this notice to terminate was whether the board was reconstituted. Has the board been reconstituted?
It has not.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about the status of the cure items. So, as part of the notice of intent to terminate, the SPCSA board asked for 4 things to be completed. By June 27th, they wanted to know if Future Edge could either pay the bond default in its entirety or execute a lease for a qualifying replacement facility or provided proof that the bond had been paid in full, like I said before. Did Future Edge do either of those?
No.
Okay, thank you. What steps did Future Edge take to fulfill the governing body vacancies? I know you already testified to that. I just want to make it clear for the record.
None.
Okay, thank you. Did Future Edge end their relationship with their EMO SSS?
On June 28th, 2026, SSS Partners sent a letter to non-renew their contract with the school.
So essentially they terminated the contract, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by June 27th, did the board approve a new budget?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. The state has no further questions.
Members of the board, if you have any questions for the witness, now is the time.
Thank you. Do I have questions from board colleagues? Member Addis.
Oh, thank you, Member Addis, for the record. Thank you, Chair Thigpen. Thank you so much for your testimony. You stated that the bank account control is currently under, you are now a signer on the bank account, and in addition to a current board member. Can you just highlight the change that occurred that allowed for that to happen? That may have been a barrier to that happening sooner. Like, had that been attempted sooner, what prevented that from happening before?
When I was appointed the principal, I went to the bank to put my name on the account, and I had thought that that was what had happened. But when I went back to the bank, they had no record of me being on any bank account at Western Alliance Bank. We were informed on June 5th with a meeting with the bond company that the payments had not been being made. And at that time, myself and Mr. Marshall, our board president, were curious about if those payments weren't being made. My concern next was teacher salaries. So we wanted to see what was going on in the bank account. And so at that time, we had gone to the bank to try to gain access to the account. Due to the nature of the business of the account, we then reached out to the SPCSA for support and were provided a letter to be able to regain access to the bank account. So we did regain access on, I believe it was June 28th.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. And I need to think I might have a follow-up question about that. I do have one other question that's on a different topic. In previous testimony, we heard that there were meetings held between the bondholder and SSS that discussed ways that the school could change their financial situation or increase their enrollment, things like that. Were you a part of those meetings too, and were you able to give input in those meetings or have any discussions around those topics, or were those meetings not inclusive of you?
They were not inclusive of me.
Thank you very much. I might have another question, but I need to think. Thank you, Chair Thigpen.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions from board colleagues? Member Stern?
Good morning again, Member Stern, for the record. I just had a question because I know that you, or probably a couple quick questions. You said you received the non-renew notice from SSS on June 28th. On what date would that be effective, that they would no longer be serving as the EMO?
On June 30th, 2026.
Member Stern again for the record. So I know you had also testified that you had tried to get clarification on the budget and an understanding of the what had been going on with the finances. I understand that you now have access to the bank account. When SSS decided to terminate their contract, did they provide any sort of information to clarify where the financial status of the school was that would allow you to create a budget, or are you still missing that information?
They did not provide any information.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? I might have one or two. Let me look at my notes here. Chair Thigpen, for the record, Ms. Guthrie, I have a question. The relationship and the dynamics that you describe with SSS, were they kind of arranged prior to you becoming principal?
Yes.
Were you ever given an explanation as to why the dynamic was set up in such a way?
I was not.
Were you aware at any point of the NRS, the statute that was shown earlier today, around, the laws around EMO control of finances around charter schools?
I was aware of the statute, but not the involvement of the EMO at the level it was in the finances.
For the technology lab contract, were you aware or not? Was that ever put out to bid at any point, or were you allowed to, open that up to a bid process, or did they just decide we're going with this contractor?
We just went with that contractor.
And it sounds like you guys didn't have much choice in the matter.
Correct.
I'm curious to know more about the situation with the board of it not being fully reconstituted. Was board recruitment something that SSS was primarily in charge of, or was that handled more internally by the board or the school?
It was something that SSS was supposed to be supporting the school with, and it was not making sure that we had a fully 5-member board.
And am I correct in assuming that SSS is based out of state?
It is.
Would you say that because they're based out of state, it makes it much harder to recruit board members?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. Any other questions from board colleagues, either in the boardroom or online? Oh, Member Stern, I see your hand up.
Sorry, going back over my, Member Stern for the record, going back over my notes, I did have one more question going back to fairly early in your testimony where you were talking about the process for purchases that SSS had in place, that you mentioned it made it difficult for things like activities and field trips and daily operations. Would you say that the financial control that SSS was extending over the school had an impact on the students and academic outcomes.
Yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit more? In what ways did that impact the academic side of the school?
There were several occasions this past school year and previously that there was the access to our online or digital platforms were removed due to non-payment of the invoices, particularly our ELA and math curriculums, and then our online digital platforms like iReady.
And Member Stern, again, for the record, had SSS communicated that lack of payment to you ahead of time, or were these unexpected interruptions to the operations of the school?
They were unexpected.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Stern. Member Addis?
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. I wanted to follow up on a question actually that my colleague asked about the technology contract. In your testimony, you discussed that you were unaware that they were contracting with that organization. You didn't have a choice, and that Shubham Pandey had signed the contract. I just wanted to clarify, was there any record that that contract had been approved by the board and that contractor had been selected by the board and then signed on behalf of the school by Shubham Pandey, or did that never come to the board either?
I'm not aware that there's a board approval.
Thank you. That was my only question. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I said Member Addis for the record.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions from board colleagues? Okay. Seeing none, the board has no further questions.
Are there any further witnesses?
The state has no other witnesses.
Okay, then we can move right into closing arguments.
Chair Thigpen and members of the board, what I'm asking you to do today is not easy. At the center of this case are approximately 318 students and families who depend on Future Edge. Those students did not decide who would control the school's finances. They did not decide whether the governing body would remain engaged. They did not decide whether the bond would be paid. Their families trusted the adults responsible for Future Edge, and they trusted they would remain present, act responsibly, and protect the school's future. The evidence shows that did not happen. The state was required to prove the grounds for termination by a preponderance of the evidence. We have met that burden. First, Future Edge is financially impaired. The bondholder testified that the school has $13.295 million in outstanding bond debt. As of July 29th, 2026, it owed almost $155,000 in unpaid principal and $732,000 in unpaid interest. The bond representative testified that a payment has not been made since June 2025. The default remains unresolved. Future Edge did not satisfy the bond obligation and did not secure a replacement facility that would allow the school to continue operating on a financially sustainable basis. Second, Future Edge failed to maintain a legally compliant governing body capable of exercising independent oversight as required by NRS 388A. The Future Edge governing body holds the charter contract, not the school leader, the governing body. Its responsibility cannot exist only on paper. A governing body must remain present, not merely in name or when they simply physically are present for a vote. It must remain actively engaged in the oversight of the school. It must understand the school's financial condition, require accurate and timely financial information, review contracts before they bind the school, retain control over the school's accounts, and question those entrusted with managing public funds. Most importantly, it must exercise independent judgment and make decisions Nevada law reserves for the governing body. The use of a management organization does not change those obligations. A governing body may contract for expertise, administrative support, and assistance with the school's day-to-day operations, but it cannot delegate away its ultimate responsibility, surrender its statutory authority, or discharge its duty to oversee the school. Contracting for management is not contracting away accountability. This governing body remains the holder of the charter contract, and it remains responsible to the students' families, its authorizing body, and the public it serves. That did not occur here. Third, the evidence established that SSS exercised control over Future Edge's financial decisions in direct violation of NRS 388A 393. The school's leader had to go through SSS to address financial matters. She did not have access to financial information she needed to operate the school. SSS had access to the school's bank account. Money was deposited into the account before and without governing body approval of that loan. Additionally, in addition to the EMO payment, Mr. Pandy paid a credit card listed in the name from the school's funds. That was as part of the exhibit shown earlier. Those actions went beyond providing administrative support or back office support. They involved control over the school's money and operations, authority that belonged to Future Edge's governing body. Those actions are in direct violation of NRS 388A 393. SSS has since resigned, meaning that Future Edge and SSS no longer have any contractual ties. For that reason, the state will ask the board to find that Future Edge completed cure item number 3. When the evidence establishes that a cure was completed, the board should recognize it. But SSS resignation does not erase the conduct that occurred before it resigned, nor does it resolve Future Edge's remaining financial and governance failures. Future Edge did not help the school resolve the bond obligation or secure a qualifying replacement facility. It did not establish and maintain the governing body required by law and its charter contract. It did not adopt the required governing body approved budget, and it could not continue operating on a financial sustainable basis. 3 of the 4 required corrective actions remain incomplete. This case gives the board an opportunity to make its expectations clear to Nevada's charter community. An EMO may not support a charter school in the ways that this EMO did. An EMO may support a charter school, but it cannot become the charter school's governing body. A governing body may obtain assistance, but it may not surrender its authority or responsibility. It must remain present, informed, and accountable to students and families it serves. Your vote today solidifies that fact. You will tell every charter school governing body that it must remain at the table, responsible to the families and students it serves. That accountability is not contrary to the interest of Future Edge's students. It is how the board protects them. Terminating this charter contract does not mean giving up on Future Edge or abandoning the school community. It means ending a charter arrangement that has failed to protect the school's future. The current charter contract must end, but Future Edge's story does not have to end with it. The school can have a new life under new leadership that is present, accountable, fiscally responsible, and prepared to serve the students and families well. Termination creates the opportunity for a new beginning and a stronger future. Waiting would not protect those students. It would only allow the unpaid debt and facility to risk to continue. It leaves families vulnerable to a sudden crisis it did not create and cannot control. The choice before you is between accountability and compassion. In this case, they lead to the same result. The board will be asked to find, by a preponderance of the evidence, that 3 grounds identified in the notice have been established. Future Edge's financial impairment, its failure to maintain a legally compliant governing body, and SSS improper control of the school's financial decisions. The board will then be asked to find that Future Edge did not complete cure items 1, 2, and 4, but did complete cure items number 3 when SSS resigned. Finally, based on those findings, the board will be asked to terminate the charter contract between the State Public Charter School Authority and 100 Academy doing business as Future Edge Charter School. Chair Thigpen, the state has no further witnesses, no other evidence to present. With that, the state rests its case.
This is Senior DAG Todd Weiss for the record. Now will be the time for board members to have their open deliberation to discuss their views and opinions of what's just been presented and which way they are thinking about leaning for a vote. Again, we are going to need, there's only two ways to vote on this once deliberation is done. We're either revoking the contract, terminating the charter or not terminating the charter. And to terminate the charter, there needs to be a finding that at least one of the remaining cure items was not cured by preponderance of the evidence. That's the standard, and we can now begin with deliberations between the board members. Thank you.
Chair Thigpen, for the record. Thank you, council. I have a question. I know the last time we went through this process, we had recommended motions and things written up. Do we have that today?
We do have recommended motions. Teresa can hand those out when you're ready.
Okay. Let's go ahead and have that handed out, and we'll just go ahead and open things up to deliberation. Board colleagues, any thoughts on what you've heard today before we proceed to a vote? Member Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thoughts here are going to be pretty short. I think it's a pretty clear case of them not curing the notice requirements or what was contained in the notice of intent to terminate. And I think the evidence showed that. We had testimony from the school leader as a witness who point blank stated that certain items were not cured and have not been cured. So for me, the failure to cure all the items is kind of the whole picture in terms of this question before us today. So I'm open to hearing everyone else's thoughts, but where I'm sitting, again, it's a pretty open and shut decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Member Stern?
Member Stern, for the record, I agree with my board colleague, Member Salcido. I do think it might be beneficial to the record to clarify, because I don't think that quite came out, what was not compliant about their board with the 3 members. My understanding is that they would need a minimum of 5 members that meet the requirements of NRS 388. So they could not meet that with the 3 board members that currently are sitting on the board. So I think it's worth noting that they don't have enough people for their board, and recognize that they weren't able to do that. And just that clarification point for what the issue is with the law.
Thank you, Member Stern. I think, and I think somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think by law you have to have that at least 5 members. The argument made today is that they were not able to reconstitute their board and did not meet that requirement.
Yes, I agree. I just wanted to clarify what it was that was not compliant about their 3 board members that currently exist, for the record.
Yeah, I think it was just the number of board members, I believe. So far, no one's corrected me, so I don't think I'm wrong. Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions, comments from board colleagues? I'll make my own comment. I will say I appreciate the principal being here today, and the bondholder and their testimony, and being very forthcoming in that. I know it's not an easy thing to do. It's incredibly unfortunate that the school finds itself in this situation after 20 years. of service to students. I think it's important to highlight that it seems that this situation was created by the EMO relationship and the way that they essentially were holding hostage the school and its administrators and its staff in the way that they were handling things with, withholding financial access, withholding financial information, making deals outside of board approval, things of that nature. And the reason I want to highlight that is that this board has been criticized before with regards to independent schools versus EMO-run schools, and this is an EMO-run school. It's important to highlight that it doesn't matter if they're independent or EMO-run, things can go wrong, and we're here to, hold any school accountable. They're all held to the same standard, and that's why we're here today. We're holding them to our standards and to state law, and that is the importance of our role here today. And so I'm incredibly disgusted by what the EMO has done to this school. If I had it my way, I'd find a way to, sue them for damages. I don't know what I know we're limited in what we can do in our capacity, but that's my thinking. So, in terms of justice for, again, the school, the students, the stakeholders, all the staff there. So, I know that there's likely a plan and action to help the school move forward after this. So I know all is not lost, but for today's business, we have to move on with this motion and this action. So with that said, the board has been provided a recommended motion. I will entertain that motion unless there's any other questions, comments, or other deliberation that our board colleagues want to have. Member Addis.
Member Addis, for the record, I will move to accept the recommended motion to issue this notice of intent to terminate Future Edge's charter contract per NRS 388A. Oh, I'm so sorry. Absolutely. Per NRS 388A 330, and proceed with charter contract termination proceedings under the following grounds.
Ms. Addis.
Oh, what did
Member
I do now?
Addis.
Yes.
You are reading from the wrong motion, actually.
Is that?
Then all right.
It's the one that's in the recommendation. I apologize.
No, this is Senior DAC Todd Weiss. I reviewed the recommended motion and it's appropriate. It's on page 6 of the action memorandum.
That action memorandum is dated for June 26, 2026. It's a reference document only.
Thank you.
Teresa should have handed out a Word document with all of the recommended motions.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a point of clarification and then I shall return.
We will pause for a moment. I don't think we received that.
We did. Am I making this entire thing?
Oh. Let's take a look at that. Apologies.
I mean, I will.
So this is Senior DAC Todd Weiss. Instead of doing one big block motion on the entire thing, I think we should do each of the cure items that were not cured as a separate motion. Can be a little clunky, but it's probably the best way to make sure there's a clear record. So
If I may, counsel, I'd like to explain how the motions have been written. First, you have an omnibus motion detailing the grounds for termination. So the board will have to vote on whether the state met its burden for the grounds for termination. That's under Roman numeral 1, alternative motion. If the board does not want to do an omnibus for all the grounds, I also have it listed out individually. Next, I have each cure. So starting with Roman numeral number 5, motion regarding cure item number 1, we will have to go through each cure item, a vote for each. And then finally, under Roman numeral 9, motion to terminate the charter contract, the board will have to do a final vote on whether you are terminating the charter contract. So there are several votes this board will have to take.
Thank you, counsel. In fairness, I will ask that we all take turns. I cannot make a motion, but if we go down the line and break this up a little bit, so that it's not all on one person, that would be amazing. So would you like to do the first one, Member Addis?
Member Addis, for the record, I can do that. I just want to clarify, am I moving forward with the omnibus motion, or would we like to move forward individually as a board? Thank you for that. So Member Addis, for the record, I move to accept the alternative motion regarding all grounds of, I'll slow down. Accept the alternative motion regarding all grounds of termination. I move that in the matter of SPCSA v. versus Future Edge, based upon a preponderance of the evidence, the following grounds for termination have been proven. 1, Future Edge is financially impaired such that the charter school cannot continue to operate. 2, Future Edge materially breached its charter contract and failed to comply with Nevada law by failing to maintain a legally compliant governing body. And 3, Future Edge failed to comply with NRS 388A 393 because Support Solutions Services exercised control over the school's bank accounts and financial decisions.
Thank you, Member Addis. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Who would like to make the second motion?
Member Turner, for the record, I can make the second motion.
Go ahead.
This is the motion regarding ground 1, financial impairment. I move that in
Member
the matter.
Turner, we just did that one through the omnibus. If you could go down to Roman numeral number 5.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Okay, excuse me. I will make the motion regarding cure item 1, facility and bond. I move to approve the finding of fact that SPCSA board finds, based upon a preponderance of the evidence, that Future Edge did not complete cure item 1 by July 27, 2026. Future Edge did not provide evidence of a fully executed lease for a new facility meeting the requirements of cure item 1, or proof that the bond had been paid in full without incurring additional debt.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, for the record, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I just need to know, I need to head out for a pre-scheduled appointment that I can't miss, so I am going to be on the phone moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to manage the cure item number 2, governing body motion?
I'll take that. Vice Chair Whitaker, for the records, motion regarding cure item 2, governing body. I move to approve the finding of fact that the SPCSA board finds, based upon a preponderance of evidence, the Future Edge did not complete cure item 2 by July 27th, 2026. Future Ed did not establish and maintain a legal compliant governing body that satisfied Nevada law, the charter, contract, and the school's governing documents, and was capable of independently exercising its fiduciary, financial, and operational oversight responsibilities.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
Board Member Aldaba, I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Looking for a motion for cure item number 3.
Member Addis, for the
Before
record.
we
Oh,
move to that, sorry, Member Stern, for the record, before we move to that, I have a clarifying question, if I may. The way the motion is written says that they did cure by July 27th. If I'm recalling the testimony correctly, the resignation from SSS was on June 28th. I don't know if that affects our motion. I apologize, I didn't catch that until I was looking at the motion just now.
Thank you, Member Stern. Is that correct? June 28th?
We had until July 27th to cure the items.
Oh, okay. So they had until, the school had until July 27th to cure that, so that's why that date is there. Though they, yeah.
Member Stern, I'm sorry, I, for whatever reason, was reading June 20th as July 28th in my head. So my apologies, that was my confusion. Never mind.
No worries. All right, looking for a motion.
Member Addis, for the record, I move to approve the finding of the fact that the SPCSA board finds, based on a preponderance of the evidence, that Future Edge completed cure item 3 by July 27th, 2026. Support Solutions Services resigned as Future Edge's educational management organization, ending the management relationship and its authority to act on behalf of the school.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Who would like to make the motion for cure item number 4, governing body approved budget?
Member Stern, I can make that motion.
Go ahead.
So this is the motion regarding cure item number 4, governing body approved budget. I move to approve the finding of fact that the SPCSA board finds, based on a preponderance of the evidence, that Future Edge did not complete cure item 4 by July 27, 2026. Future Edge did not adopt and submit a governing body approved budget reflecting the cost of a new facility, all anticipated revenues and expenditures, the school's bond and other debt obligations, and a financially sustainable plan for continued operations.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, for the record, I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And the last one, the motion to terminate the charter contracts. Do I have a motion for that?
Member Turner, for the record, I can take that one. This is a motion to terminate the charter contract. In the matter of SPCSA versus Future Edge, I move to find that the grounds of termination have been proven as approved by the board and to terminate the charter contract between the State Public Charter School Authority and 100 Academy of Excellence Incorporated, doing business as Future Edge Charter School, effective July 31st, 2026.
Thank you, Member Turner. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I believe that takes care of agenda item number 3. Council, do you want your 10-minute break now or after agenda item number 4?
After agenda 4, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up agenda item number 4, pending the outcome of agenda item number 3, appoint a closing administrator and seek leave from the board. Oh, apologies, sorry. I'm hitting a flow. Appoint a closing administrator and seek leave from the board to petition the district court to appoint a receiver pursuant to NRS 388A 303. This is over to Samantha King Powell.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out for the board that we do have a proposed motion on this agenda item for the staff recommendation. Samantha King Powell for the record. The board has now terminated the charter contract between SPCSA and 100 Academy of Excellence, doing business as Future Edge Academy. That decision ends its existing governing body's authority to operate Future Edge under that charter contract. It does not, however, end our responsibility to the students, families, employees, creditors, or public assets associated with the school. The next step is to place Future Edge's affairs under the control of a qualified individual who will serve as the closing administrator. That person would have the legal authority and operational experience necessary to manage the transition. The closing administrator assumes substantial responsibilities. Those responsibilities include developing the closure plan, protecting the school's assets, preserving student, employee, and school records, maintaining required insurance, identifying creditors, and overseeing the school's financial affairs. NRS 388A 303 adds an additional layer of authority following termination. It permits the SPCSA to petition the district court for the appointment of a receiver to oversee and manage the school until other arrangements have been made. That distinction is important. Termination of the charter contract does not mean that Future Edge's doors close today. That receiver will provide the legal authority and operational control necessary to stabilize the school, protect its assets, and maintain continuity for students and families during the transition to new leadership. Staff recommends Brandy Adams-Bressler for this role. Ms. Adams-Bressler has extensive experience in charter school leadership and operations, including human resources, enrollment facilities, organizational management, and complex school transactions and transitions. She has also played a significant role in the transition of Nevada Prep Charter School to AMS Nellis, giving her direct experience with Nevada's charter school environment and SPCSA's oversight expectations. The action before the board is to appoint Ms. Adams-Bressler as the closing administrator for 100 Academy of Excellence, doing business as Future Edge Academy. And authorize the SPCSA to petition the district court to appoint her as receiver. This appointment will ensure that someone with both necessary legal and relevant operational experience is responsible for protecting the school and guiding it through the transition ahead. Ms. Adams-Bressler is available to answer questions, any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Council. Chair Thigpen, for the record, I just have one quick question. If this proceeds and Ms. Adams-Bressler is appointed to oversee matters, I'm assuming she's added to the bank account, all other folks are removed immediately?
Yes, it'll function very similarly to the way that this board has directed Josh Kern to work in closing down schools. And I just want to make it very clear for the record that we will be asking later in the meeting that the board appoint a restart. And so staff's intention is that Future Edge would be restarted and continue operations.
Thank you. Any questions from board colleagues before we move on to make a motion? Member Addis.
Member Addis, for the record, I just have a point of clarification. What will this mean for the members of the local or the school board that still exist, and for the current administrator that we heard from today, in terms of putting this in receivership, and how will that interaction continue?
Ms. Adams, I would ask that you answer the question about current school leadership, and I will answer the remainder of Member Addis's question.
So, under
Your
this
name for the
new
record.
process. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. You'd think I'd had this down by now, guys. Brandy Adams-Bressler, for the record. Under this new development, the intent would be to have the current school leadership remain intact and in place for the remainder of the school year. Ms. Guthrie and I have already connected multiple times, and we have already even on our calendars a standing check-in, et cetera. So we're working closely together, and the intent is to have her remain in her current position for this school year and hopefully beyond.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel for the SPCSA for the record. Your question about the members of the board, since this board has terminated that charter contract, the board no longer exists. There is no legal entity, no legal board for Future Edge.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you. I just have one additional follow-up question. We heard and voted based on the contingency of the bond, or the conditions with the bondholder, by placing the school into receivership. What impact will that have with the bondholder and the facility for the school?
Ms. Adams, could you speak to how AMS is viewing the bond, and are you able to carry the bond?
Yeah, Brandy Adams for the record. The AMS has a very methodical and formulaic way of determining financial feasibility. So of course we've looked into the school. A big piece of that is how we view, or how we feel about like the demographics of the area, the density of the student population in the area. We take into account a lot of different things. Just from a demographics and demand standpoint, we feel very confident in the ability to meet the bond criteria. The student population right now is only at around 300. The building itself can hold closer to 800, and based on our analysis, we think that we could very easily get to that point. Just looking at the amount of debt that is being financed and the current interest rate, we believe that the actual break even necessary to meet bond criteria would be in the 450 student range. And we think that we can easily get there by, you know, leveraging our enrollment team, et cetera. 150 student increase is nothing to take lightly, but we feel confident in our ability to get well over 450 students enrolled at the school. So we feel very confident about the bond and being able to meet bond criteria.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. I think I asked my question incorrectly. That answer was great. Another question I would have had later, but thank you. I think my question is actually, does placing the school in receivership meet the conditions set by the bond issuer to avoid foreclosure on the property and maintain access to a facility for the school?
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA for the record. I'm actually going to clarify this, and if it doesn't answer your question, we can come back to it. But Ms. Adams, could you speak about your partnership with Rosemar through this process?
Yeah, we have been working with them for several months now and have worked through all of the different pieces that are involved. We've negotiated a debt forbearance with Rosemar to allow us to kind of get in place, get our feet under us, begin working on increasing enrollment, et cetera. So they've been very cooperative and helpful throughout this process, and we think that that'll help the school get where it needs to be financially, and then be able to work with them to pay payments after that time period has expired.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you. And thank you for navigating my clunky question asking. I'll get my terminology correct eventually.
You're great.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA for the record, and I'll expand on that a little bit to talk about what the receiver does. So Brandy, as closing administrator, has the responsibility under law to discharge all of Future Edge's current debts and obligations, and that includes transferring the bond over, and she will work with Rosemar to make sure that's done correctly and effectively. And the only difference between closing administrator and the receivership is it's going to be court appointed, and there are some more legal protections that she'll have as we go through that transition. It's going to be good for the bond, good for the school to have that extra layer of legal protection.
Thank you. Member Stern, I think I saw your hand up earlier.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you, Chair Thigpen. I did have my hand up. I have a comment and a question. I was reviewing Miss Adams' resume and noticed that it has her location listed as Chandler, Arizona. And I know that during our trial or our hearing, one of the issues that arose was that SSS was out of state, the technology labs was also out of state, and that was something that had created challenges. My comment was going to be that I know previously we very successfully appointed Josh Kern from Times Square, I think it's 10 Square, as a closing administrator. I know he's based out of Washington, D.C., but they have offices here. So my question to Ms. Adams, given the concerns about having that direct access to somebody who's located in Las Vegas, can you speak to your presence and ability to help provide the necessary support for the school to transition?
Yeah, Brandy Adams, for the record, I really appreciate that question and concern. It's certainly valid, especially given what we heard earlier. So I will point out one thing that does help us a bit is that we're a little bit closer. Arizona being a neighboring state makes it a quick 45-minute plane ride, as long as there's no delays, which has been happening lately. But so that piece makes it a little bit easier, but more importantly to us is that we do have a lot of presence in the state. I think that the AMS Nellis staff and even Casey herself can testify to the fact that we are there constantly. We have a large network team that is involved and jumps into action whenever there is a need for us to be physically present. In fact, right now, I know it's a different school, but we have a staff member from the AMS network office at the Nellis campus right now as we speak. Also we have a really great local board that's active and present as well. And as we all know, that's a very key piece to this puzzle. Dr. Charlie Heaton is on. He's the VP of schools that will be leading that site as well as our Nellis site. And he is in state very often. And we also do intend, especially now with this addition of a second school, to hire an in-state permanent person on staff in the near future. So, sometimes that can be hard when you just have one school, but as we continue to be able to work with schools, we are planning on hiring a full-time Nevada resident to be present every day. So, that piece definitely always a challenge, but we've already proven that we are interested in being present, and we are present. Casey's very kind and has already mentioned to me that she's visited with me and seen me at her school more than she was able to see her other leaders previously. So we're very committed to being present.
Member Stern, for the record, and for clarification, I am asking only about the current agenda item in front of us. I know we touched a little bit on, I think probably future agenda items, but I do appreciate the clarification about your commitment to making sure that you do have a presence here in order to be able to fully and completely manage your duties as the closing administrator and manage whatever needs to be taken care of with the financials, especially given the lack of a budget that you're walking into and all of the other challenges that may be present. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? I do have one, Miss Adams, Chair Thigpen, for the record. It may seem out of the blue, but it's something that came up in our last meeting. And it's just something I wanted to get on the record. Is Academies of Math and Science, you're a registered nonprofit, right?
Yes,
501c3,
that is
correct?
correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will entertain a motion for agenda item number 4. You will find the recommended motion online in our board packet.
Member Addis, for the record, I'll make the motion. I would like to move to approve the appointment of Brandy Adams Bressler as the closing administrator for 100 Academy of Excellence, doing business as Future Edge Charter Academy, and authorize the SPCSA staff to petition the district court to convert the closing administrator to a court-appointed receiver.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So we'll close out agenda item number 4, and we will take a 10-minute recess. We will come back at 10:46. Thank you. All right, it is 10:46. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Chair Thigpen for the record. We will open up agenda item number 5, the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Or are you all motioned out?
Board Member Atava, I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll open agenda item number 6, the SPCSA Executive Director's Report. Over to you, Director McAdoo.
Thank you. The SPCSA congratulates the schools in its portfolio that successfully met the enrollment growth thresholds required for the Enrollment Growth and Expansion Adjustment, or EGA audit. To be eligible for an EGA funding adjustment, a school must demonstrate at least a 25% increase in enrollment over the prior years. This year's schools included Vegas Vista, who at the time of the audit had 219 students, Do and Be Arts Academy of Excellence, who had 211 students, Wiley's, who had 226 students, Nevada Classical Academy Elko, which had 120 students, and the Academies of Math and Science, who had 444 students. To be clear, that doesn't mean how many students they have enrolled today. They continue to enroll over the summer, but that's where their counts were at the time of the EGA audit in mid-June. I am also thrilled to report that both Sage Collegiate and Nevada Prep have paid off their PERS obligation. As such, this component of the ED report will go away, hopefully forever. I'm also excited to announce that the SPCSA will be releasing the 2026 Proven Provider Request for Qualifications for both in-state and out-of-state charter school operators. The Proven Provider Pathway is intended to identify high-quality organizations with a demonstrated record of academic success and organizational effectiveness that are well-positioned to expand educational opportunities for Nevada students. Nevada has several established charter school operators that meet the eligibility criteria, and the SPCSA encourages qualified organizations that have the capacity and strategic interest in expansion to consider applying. The SPCSA established rigorous qualification standards for out-of-state applicants during the initial Proven Provider RFQ process last year, and that approach successfully identified organizations with strong records of performance. Those high standards will continue to guide that evaluation process. Organizations approved by the authority as proven providers, whether in-state or out-of-state, will remain in the SPCSA's Proven Provider list. They will continue as long as they continue to meet eligibility requirements and remain in good standing with the authority. I'm going to pause right there and see if there are any questions.
Seeing none.
Joe, may I
Okay.
ask a question, Chair?
Oh, Member
Sorry.
Addis.
Yeah.
Of course, Member Addis. Member Addis for the record. Thank you for that update. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the Proven Provider Pathway. I'm really excited about the opportunity for qualified organizations to come into the state and provide educational opportunities for our students. Just as a point of clarification, do we have a goal or a vision or any steps that we are taking on the flip side for independent charter schools to expedite and facilitate success for their continued expansion across the state as well?
Yep, great, Melissa Mackin for the record, great question, Member Addis. That's exactly when I said we have several local schools in Nevada who are well positioned to do that. And as long as their boards believe they have the capacity to expand, we encourage them to expand. So absolutely, we have a different track for in-state operators because obviously we're much more familiar with them and their academics and organization and financial metrics. But we absolutely encourage any of those that's boards agree that they have the capacity, they should absolutely consider applying. And we hope that they do.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh,
Member Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but just wanted to take a quick second to thank you, Director McAdoo, and the staff, and all the work that went into getting those delinquent PERS payments paid off. Like, that is a huge deal. And so I didn't want to just breeze through it without having some acknowledgement from us to you and your staff, and for the people working with those respective schools as well. I want to congratulate them as well. This is, again, it's a big deal, so thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Member Salcido. And to piggyback on that, Melissa, Director McInnes, do you remember like what that starting amount was?
Oh gosh, off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number, but I know for Nevada prep, it was well over $500,000. So it was a significant debt.
Yeah, so that's a tremendous hurdle to overcome. So kudos to you and staff for doing that. Any other questions from board colleagues before we move on? All right.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. In the current events section of my written updates, I also included a section on the various statewide committees that members of the staff, myself included, sit on. Those committees include things like the Cognia Nevada Advisory Board, the Nevada Early Learner Advisory Council, the Emergency Operations Plan Development Committee, the Special Education Advisory Committee, and the NDE Metrics Subcommittee for Accountability. I firmly believe that the SPCSA and the charter school sector more broadly should have a voice in every statewide conversation that shapes public education. I am grateful to our staff for their willingness to serve in these additional capacities, which further our mission while adding to their already significant responsibilities. Next, I'm going to talk about the executive branch audit, and then I will pause for questions again. On July 9th, 2026, the Governor's Finance Office, Division of Internal Audits, released its audit of the State Public Charter School Authority, which examined the authority's oversight of charter school administrative reporting requirements and opportunities to reduce the cost of charter school transportation. The audit's objective was to develop recommendations that improve transparency related to contracted administrative support and reduce transportation costs for Nevada charter schools. The audit included 2 recommendations, both of which the SPCSA accepted. The first recommendation calls for the authority to strengthen enforcement of charter school reporting requirements. While the audit recognizes improvements in the school's compliance over the past 3 years, it concludes that the SPCSA should make greater use of its existing accountability frameworks to ensure that required reports and certifications are submitted accurately and on time. The SPCSA recognizes the significant compliance responsibilities placed on charter schools, many which submit more than 200 required reports, certifications, and other deliverables each year. The authority understands the challenges associated with the volume of reporting required for charter schools and has historically exercised reasonable flexibility when schools encountered isolated delays. The audit underscores, however, that the SPCSA must apply its accountability framework more consistently to reoccurring or material reporting deficiencies. Going forward, the authority will strive to maintain an appropriate balance between supporting schools in meeting their obligation and ensuring compliance with statutory requirements. The second recommendation encourages the SPCSA to pursue legislation exempting charter schools from vehicle taxes and registration fees. The authority is actively working in partnership with the Governor's Office and the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles to advance this recommendation during the 2027 legislative session. I'll pause there and see if there are any questions about the audit.
Director McInnes, Chair Thigpen, for the record, I got to tune into that one, and I'm curious if you can recall like the amount on those vehicle registration fees you referenced previously, so the board can just kind of be aware of what that looks like for our schools.
I will bring that back next month. I can't remember the exact figures because there's 2 different taxes. There's the registration and then there's another tax. Overall, the loss to the state is like, it's under like $200,000. Like it's very minimal. But to a charter school, you know, that $700 vehicle registration is significant. And so the overall sort of loss, if you will, to the state is not very big, but the individual impact on all these different schools is very meaningful. So hoping to see that get a bill this coming session if we can.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait. Member Stern?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Member Stern, for the record, I did have a question about the number of required reports that our charter schools are required to submit. I know that we don't ask for things without there being a need for that information, and that we need everything that we're asking for, but I am wondering if there is any possibility or thought that's being put into perhaps being able to streamline any of those, given the challenges that schools are having in meeting that, and the rather significant number that 200 is for a charter school to be able to manage alongside their daily operational requirements.
That is a great question, Member Stern, and there is a huge initiative statewide that the SPCSA is actively involved in. SB 460 in the last session actually allowed for charter school boards to petition the state superintendent to eliminate, suspend reporting. And through my membership in the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, we submitted a list to the superintendent of, I believe it was either 13 or 16 reports to be suspended for everyone this coming school year. 2 of those were specifically related to charter schools. And the superintendent just approved it this week. So we've already suspended or eliminated certain reports for this upcoming school year. We have also subsequently, we send out a Wednesday email every week to our schools, and we created a section of that email where, let's say there's another report not identified on that list that has already been submitted to the state superintendent that one of our charter school boards identifies as like, it's not useful, no one's looking at it, what are we doing here? They can submit, we have a link to the form, we have all the guidance from NDE about how they do it. And so we've left that up permanently, as well as a link to permanently see what reports have, NDE's keeping they created a website specifically for this, and they have a running list of which reports and their current status have either, because some of them they're recommending elimination, some of them they're recommending, to your point, streamlining it, combining it with something else, things like that. And then I will also say that I'm serving on an advisory board for the Education Service Center, and this is a major initiative of the newly formed Education Service Center in the state. And they have a big list of reports, and we're going through it report by report, prioritizing. These are the next 3 reports that we want to look at and figure out. For example, one of the ones that they're working on now is discipline. School leaders can tell you there's feels like 80 million different discipline reports. And so, the group has said to the Education Service Center, let's look at those. Let's see how can they be combined? How can they be streamlined? How can we do this better? How can we be smarter about this? And so, yes, there is a massive effort going on in the state, and we are intimately involved in it at a variety of levels. So, absolutely.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate you providing that context. I think it's really important, especially when we talk about increasing the compliance requirements for schools, to also reflect the fact that we are putting that effort, that the SPCSA is putting in that effort to make sure that the time spent on those reports is valuable and useful to the schools and to the state in helping to monitor the progress of the school. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Stern. Member Addis, I think, has a question.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. I had a quick question about the audit report. So I know that in the audit, they specifically discussed the delinquency among management organization operated schools in the reporting compliance. And my curiosity is around, like, what steps do we plan on taking to increase the compliance among those management operated or management organization operated schools without increasing, like, kind of the micromanagement burden on those independent school leaders who are doing everything on their own? Like, are there steps being taken? Have we thought about that at all? Or?
So I think that that's sort of one of the tricky things, right? All schools are required, whether they decide to have a management organization help them meet the requirements or not, they're still required to submit all of those reports, right? They have to submit their budget on time. They have to do their audit. They have to do their quarterly financials. They have to submit all the different discipline reports. And so it's not so much that we have to hold all schools to the same standards. We can't say like, oh, you're an independent school, you don't have to submit a budget on time, or you don't have to get your financial audit done on time, right? Every school is required to submit their reports on time. When you're thinking about specific management organizations, Nevada law already, for EMOs, it already does additional oversight, and that oversight is spelled out in statute, and it is happening. We're constantly improving and modifying on that to try to make it as transparent as possible. They have to do different financial reportings. They have to evaluate those EMOs. Those reports all have to be posted on their website. So the only real distinction in Nevada law is that if you are managed by an EMO, there are additional, we're looking under the hood a little more closely, I think is the best way to put it. And that's already in statute, and we're already doing it.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you so much for that. I had just a clarifying question, and I don't know if the answer is readily available. It's okay if it's not, we can circle back. But do you know, why was the audit specifically focused on management organization operated schools when it talked about reporting compliance? The numbers didn't add up to the total number of charter schools in the state. It was the 50 some odd.
Yeah,
management organization
so
schools?
this, I think you are mixing up two different audits. Yeah, so unfortunately, we've had multiple audits. So this audit didn't really get into that too much at all. It was just really looking specifically at like school improvement plans and how were they turned in on time. There's another report, but the school improvements is the one that stands out. But they looked at certain reports and how often schools turned those things in on time. What I think you're thinking about is coming up on August 20th. It was a Legislative Council Bureau audit that's been going on for 3 years.
No, I don't think so. We are good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in reference to, I can ask.
Okay.
Later too,
Yeah.
if it's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure. Okay.
Any other questions from board colleagues? All right.
Okay. Next, I'd like to introduce our new board members, but before I do that, I also want to welcome our new board member, and then I also want to welcome Kaysen Knoll to his very first meeting. My executive director report last month outlined how Kaysen was selected and included information from his resume, but I asked Kaysen to just tell us a little bit about himself today.
Member Knoll, for the record. Good morning, Chair and members of the authority. My name is Kaysen Knoll from Coral Academy of Science, Sandy Ridge, and I'm honored to serve as a student representative on this board for the upcoming school year. Before joining in this capacity, I had the privilege of seeing the authority's work firsthand as part of a student focus group during a site evaluation twice, which gave me a real sense of what goes into this process from the ground up. Outside of this seat, I co-direct the Center for Youth and AI, a national nonprofit focused on AI education and policy for youth that's been featured in Time and Fortune magazine. I'm also a part-time researcher at Brookings Mountain West at UNLV, where I produce policy fact sheets on issues affecting our region to be shared with state legislators and local policymakers. I was also recently elected to serve as Nevada DECA's state president, which is a career and technical student organization with over 2,000 members dedicated to business and leadership, as the first charter school student elected to that role. I also currently serve as a Nevada Youth legislator representing Senate District 5 and vice chair of the City of Henderson Blue Ribbon Commission on Educational Excellence and Youth Opportunity. I also recently earned the rank of Eagle Scout and currently plan on attending a 4-year university with a degree in public policy. What ties all of this together for me is a simple belief that charter schools are pivotal to the future of Nevada's education and that young people shouldn't just be subjects of education policy, but rather those who have a seat at the table in shaping it. Thank you for this incredible opportunity to represent over 70,000 students across the state, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you this upcoming school year. Thank you.
Awesome, Kaysen. Thank you so much. We're absolutely thrilled to have you. Next, I'm going to turn some time over to our newest board member, Victoria Turner, who was appointed by Governor Lombardo to tell us a little bit about herself.
Thank you, Member Turner, for the record. I'm going to keep it very short, but I want to say that I'm very impressed by our student representative. This is why I do the work, because that just always gives me goosebumps when I see, young people who are definitely already leaders, which is very apparent. With my background, I have a background in news, but I don't know what happened, but one day I just decided to go be a teacher. And I've been doing that for, I think I'm about to start my 17th school year. And I am currently a principal in our district. I do have a background in charter school. I have 2 kids who have been in charter school for the last 7, 8 years. So I think my whole life is education. I have a passion I'm passionate about students having quality education, and definitely families having a positive educational experience for their children. And so I am just honored to be part of the board.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Member Turner is uniquely positioned to support the SPCSA's mission, and we are thrilled to have her serving. So lastly, I want to thank on the record Member Tamika Shanti Rosales, who recently resigned from the SPCSA board after serving for 6 years. Member Shanti Rosales brought to the authority a strong commitment to community engagement, public service, and education equity. Through her leadership in government affairs and community advocacy, she provided valuable insights into the needs of Nevada's students, families, and communities, ensuring that board discussions reflected a broad range of perspectives. Her experience working with organizations dedicated to expanding opportunities for young people, coupled with her longstanding advocacy for diversity, inclusion, and civic engagement, strengthened the board's deliberation and reinforced its commitment to serving all students. The SPCSA is grateful to Ms. Rosales' dedicated service and thoughtful contributions to the authority's mission, and we wish her continued success in all of her future endeavors. And that is all I have for today.
Thank you, Director McAdin. Welcome to our new members, to our student rep. I will say, if you don't proceed in that current career path, you might have a career in radio. Surprised me. That's from an advertiser, just so you know. And I'm very sad to see member Shante Rosales go. I was just thinking just now, I'm like, I think everyone that was here when I first started is now gone. So I'm officially the longest serving one here now, which is odd to say because it feels like just yesterday it was joining everybody. And yeah, so welcome everyone, and we appreciate your service. So thank you, Director McAdin. We'll close out agenda item number 6 and open agenda item number 7. Back to you, Director McAdin.
Thank you. Agenda item 7 brings us to an update from the appointed closing administrator, Mr. Josh Kern of 10 Square. He is here today to present the final closing report for Eagle Charter School and Teach Las Vegas, both of which ceased operations at the conclusion of the 2023-2024 school year. School closures are complex and resource intensive. They require careful planning, meticulous attention to detail, and adherence to a comprehensive statutory and operational process. While a school may stop serving students at the end of a school year, the work of responsibly winding down operations, including financial reconciliation records, management asset disposition, and regulatory compliance, can take up to 2 years to complete. Today, Mr. Kern is going to present his closing report. In that report, he is going to give 4 recommendations for consideration of this board, that'll give you a month to review his report. It's rather lengthy in detail. And then we will bring back those considerations for an official motion next month. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Kern.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the authority. For the record, my name is Joshua Kern, and I serve as the closing administrator for Teach Las Vegas Charter School and Eagle Charter Schools of Nevada. Today, I'm pleased to discuss the final draft closure reports for both Teach and Eagle, and respectfully request that the authority review those reports, and upon review and discussion, accept the reports and appendices, including the financial audits for both schools, and discharge me as the closing administrator for Teach and Eagle. The report documents the work performed during the administration of both closures, confirms completion of the statutory responsibilities assigned to me, and I hope also provides a useful resource for those who administer charter school closures in the future. Before discussing the reports themselves, I hope you'll not mind if I take this opportunity to make one broader observation, having listened to some of the testimony from this meeting and prior SPCSA meetings. No one celebrates the closure of a charter school. Involuntary closure is difficult for students, families, employees, and communities. And to be clear, it's no fun for charter authorizers either. But closure should not be viewed as a failure of the charter school model, or worse yet, a scheme to prefer some operators over others. A healthy charter sector requires accountability, especially when schools are no longer fulfilling their educational or financial obligations. It's not okay for students and families to remain in an environment that is chronically failing them. The willingness to close schools that are no longer adequately serving students is, in fact, the bedrock of the charter school movement. A granting of autonomy to independently run the schools in exchange for real and meaningful accountability. It's not about new schools versus old schools, or as Chair Thigpen previously noted in this meeting, about independent schools versus EMO or CMO run schools, or any other distinction divorced from performance. Accountability is fundamentally about doing right by kids. In the case of Teach and Eagle, Teach voluntarily relinquished its charter after the board recognized that the school was insolvent and could not meet its obligations. And Eagle's charter school was revoked by this body. I believe the two-day hearing that the SPCSA held concerning Eagle's closure, as well as my previous testimony concerning Eagle, makes painfully clear that Eagle was not adequately serving students, was not financially viable, and should not, under any reasonable interpretation, have been allowed to continue to operate. Eagle was closed because it was completely insolvent, with over $1 million of financial obligations that could never be repaid, and was failing its students. And to be clear, accountability does not end with the vote to close a school. It extends through the closure process itself. Students deserve an orderly transition. Public assets deserve protection. Creditors deserve fair treatment. Taxpayers deserve confidence that public funds are administered responsibly until the very end. That is the role of the closing administrator. And just one more thing to note. It's important to remember that in the case of Teach and Eagle, my appointment occurred only after the decisions to close these schools had already been made. I had no role in the operation of either the school or the circumstances that led to their closure. In contrast to Nevada Prep and Sage Collegiate, my responsibility began only after the decisions became final and the schools had been closed and no longer serving students. At that point, my responsibility was to administer two insolvent entities in a manner that was fair, transparent, and consistent with Nevada law and the public interest. As the report explains, the work extends far beyond completing a statutory checklist. Of course, we transitioned students, preserved educational records, secured and liquidated assets, completed accounting records necessary for independent audits, administered payroll and retirement obligations, reconciled financial issues with multiple state agencies, pursued significant accounts receivable, completed the required audits, satisfied the statutory closure requirements, and ultimately brought the affairs of both schools to an orderly conclusion. But it's also important to keep in mind that when I was appointed, neither school had sufficient resources to satisfy all of its obligations. In fact, it was initially unclear whether there were sufficient assets to complete the closure process itself. Through careful financial administration, aggressive collection of receivables, and disciplined management of expenditures, both schools ultimately completed every statutory requirement, paid secured and priority creditors in full, provided a 10% distribution to general unsecured creditors. And while that outcome certainly did not make every creditor whole, it represented a fair, equitable, and legally sound administration of two insolvent entities, and I believe was a better outcome than could have reasonably been expected under the circumstances. These closures of Teach and Eagle also required resolution of several issues for which there was little previous existing guidance. The report discusses the application of creditor hierarchy principles, treatment of Nevada Department of Education overpayments, administration of federally restricted assets, recovery of federal charter school program reimbursements, and the review of affiliated party transactions occurring immediately before closure. My objective was and is not simply to resolve those issues for Teaching Eagle, but to document the analysis so that future closing administrators and the authority would have a stronger framework when similar issues arise again. As mentioned previously in this hearing, closing a charter school requires expertise in law, finance, accounting, governance, operations, facilities, grant management, communications, and regulatory compliance. Because 10 Square maintains those disciplines internally, the school did not need to retain multiple outside law firms, accountants, consultants, facility specialists, communications professionals, or grant experts. Beyond the cost savings, I believe the integrated model created significant value for the schools. I just want to highlight one example of the value that I believe we created during this process. Prior to Eagle's charter being revoked, approximately $230,000 in federal reimbursement had been determined to be no longer available. After extensive legal and factual analysis and preparation of the memorandum included as Appendix C in the closing report, those funds were ultimately recovered for the benefit of all creditors. That recovery, that single recovery of $230,000, nearly doubled the assets available to creditors, and I hope provides useful guidance for future closures involving federal grant programs. I'd also like to take this opportunity to briefly address the cost of administrating these closures. 10 Square received gross compensation of approximately $266,000 for Teach and approximately $198,000 for Eagle. Those figures represent gross receipts, not my personal compensation, and include reimbursement of expenses as well as compensation for multiple professionals working over an extended period, nearly 2 years. The final payments from Eagle and Teach were in September and October of 2025, nearly a year ago, and 10 Square has continued working on both matters without additional compensation since that time. Approximately $52,000 remains in the Teach bank account, and approximately $23,000 remains in the Eagle account. Having served as a court-appointed receiver for charter schools and a closing administrator for numerous charter schools around the country, I can say that these are the lowest fees to date for engagements of this scope and complexity. I hope you will find that the state received exceptional value for the resources devoted to these closures. Finally, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to this authority board, Executive Director Melissa McAdin, General Counsel Samantha King-Powell, the SPCSA staff, the Nevada Department of Education, the Office of the Attorney General, Clifton Larson Allen, our auditors, Opportunity 180, former school leaders and employees, creditors, vendors, and everyone else who worked collaboratively throughout these proceedings. We certainly did not agree on every issue, but there was a shared commitment to bringing these closures to an orderly and responsible conclusion. My hope is that these reports serve not only as the official record for Teaching Eagle closures, but also as a practical resource for every future closing administrator in Nevada. Thank you for the confidence you placed in me. It has been my privilege and honor to serve in this capacity. I respectfully request that upon review of the materials submitted, you will accept the final closure reports and formally discharge me as the closing administrator for Teach Las Vegas Charter School and Eagle Charter Schools of Nevada. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. We'll bring it back to the board on questions again on Eagle Charter School or Teach Las Vegas. I do have one quick question before I forget, Mr. Kern. On Eagle Charter School, I recall in our motioning during that time, we had asked for, if possible, reimbursement of SPCSA attorney fees and costs. To date, it sounds like there's some funds left over that you mentioned. Is it possible that that might still happen? Because I know staff incurred a lot of fees during that.
Yes, I really appreciate it, Chair. Thank you for asking that question. As I said, there's $23,000 remaining in the Eagle account, and I think perhaps the best thing to do is let me follow up after this meeting with Melissa McAdin and Samantha King-Powell, and we can work on a resolution to get the SPCSA reimbursed for those costs.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Kern on, again, Eagle Charter School or Teach Las Vegas from board colleagues? Member Stern.
Member Stern, for the record, just a quick question, and I apologize if I missed this. Can you clarify the funds that remain in the account? I know that Chair Thigpen brought up the possibility of the reimbursement for the cost for the Eagle hearing, but outside of that, what happens to those funds?
Okay, that is another great question. So two things I want to say about that. There is one remaining issue which I raised in the report submitted in preparation for this hearing, and that is while both schools paid in its entirety the principal amount owed to PERS, which was significant, I mean, well over $100,000. We have not paid the penalties. And for one of the schools, it's approximately $9,000, and for the other, it's approximately $4,000 in penalties. I have petitioned repeatedly the PERS board to waive those penalties. These are penalties related to not making payments in a timely manner, and of course, that happened prior to my appointment. And the PERS board has repeatedly denied those requests. They've taken the position that it would be a breach of their duty as board members for PERS to waive those penalties. The issue that that I'm confronted with as the closing administrator is that when paying off creditors for these schools, and keep in mind that only 10% of amounts that were owed were paid to the general unsecured creditors. The schools did not consider penalties and interest as part of the principal amount that was owed. So the 10% was only for the underlying contract amount. And it's not as if many of the creditors weren't trying to get paid principal and interest. So I had raised this. I have not paid the penalties to PERS. And I put this in the report as an unresolved issue for the SPCSA's consideration, because I didn't want it to substantively be the case or optically appear that that PERS was getting something, that we were paying PERS penalties, and we had dismissed penalties from other creditors. In fact, PERS makes an argument, and I think there's some validity to it, that it is, even though they're both called penalties, it is different because not having the money at a certain time actually prevents them from investing it at the time, and so they are foregoing the time value of money, and so that disadvantage is something that is, I think, arguably materially different in the case of PERS as compared to just a general creditor. And so I certainly appreciate that position that they're taking and that argument. Again, I would just say I didn't feel comfortable making that decision without first bringing the issue to your attention and having your thoughtful counsel. So that's a very long-winded answer to part of your question. And then once that question is resolved, the issue of paying PERS penalties, the remaining dollars revert back to the state per NRS.
And if I may, Chair Thigpen, I just want to add one thing. Certainly, Mr. Kern going through this closure process with these two schools, when you have an opportunity to review the full report, which you will have today, it uncovered several sort of holes, if you will, in Nevada law. There's a whole section in his report also about money owed back to NDE and the extensive amount of time and legal research and everything that went into figuring out if the Nevada Department of Education was a preferred creditor, right? And so some of these issues have identified things that we need to solidify in Nevada law, whether it's 388 or other sections, so that we kind of avoid these, putting closing administrators in these precarious positions that he finds himself in, right? So certainly hoping to take advantage of that in the upcoming session and get some of this stuff kind of ironed out, so that we don't put other closing administrators in these positions.
Member Stern, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, so just, I guess, a point of clarification for myself for probably SPCSA staff. I know that today was just information and discussion, but the way I understood it presented was so that at the next meeting, we could consider discharging Mr. Kern. What I'm hearing now is that there might be some other issues. So are those going to be agendized items for the next meeting, or what is our process for resolving those so that we can discharge Mr. Kern?
Yeah, Melissa Mackin for the record. One of the things that Mr. Kern also recommends is that you know, sort of I don't know if this is the exact legal way to say it, but like cede the authority over to me to make these last couple of things, get them to the finish line. Certainly open to like feedback and discussion about what those are, and we will bring those to you, but we don't necessarily need individual like votes on those last few remaining things. And I think when you have a chance over the next month to review his report, you'll see exactly how he lays out how we go about doing that.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that clarification of the process and just that clarification on the record that we're not talking about those funds simply disappearing, that they will still be used to make whatever decisions remain. But that Mr. Kern's role, we are considering the possibility as we review his report that his role is no longer necessary. So thank you for that clarification. And Mr. Kern, I appreciate all of your work on behalf of the schools and making sure that those creditors have been, that those funds were used in a fiduciarily responsible manner to reimburse those creditors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from the board? I will just echo the thanks as well, Mr. Kern, especially on the Eagle Charter School matter, because I was there for the 2-day hearing, which we did not know would be a 2-day hearing. So having to go and buy a new shirt in the middle of the night was fun. So anyway, thank you very much for your time and commitment on that. I believe you are going to be providing updates on Nevada Prep and Sage Collegiate as well.
Yes, please. I do have, I'm not going to talk about Nevada Prep just in the interest of time. I think if we can punt that to a future meeting, but I do have something that I want to raise today about Sage Collegiate, and I apologize in advance. It's going to take a few minutes for me to go through the issue. It's actually just one thing that I want to bring to your attention, but I'm going to have to like spend a little bit of time giving you the background on it. So just bear with me for 1 second while I tape up some notes here because there's a fair amount. Okay, so can we transition to Sage?
That's fine. I'm happy with pulling Nevada Prep from this agenda item.
Okay. All right. So just for the record again, members of the authority, my name is Joshua Kern, and I'm now here before you as the closing administrator for Sage Collegiate. And just by way of reminder, on April 14th, 2026, the Sage Collegiate Board of Trustees voted to relinquish the school's charter and appointed me closing administrator. And then on April 17th, 2026, this body at a public meeting approved my appointment as the closing administrator. So as the closing administrator, I assumed responsibility for the orderly closure of Sage Collegiate, including its operations, finances, assets, liabilities, bank accounts, payroll, vendor payments, creditor claims, and the preservation of the school's remaining assets. Sage Collegiate was insolvent. It lacked sufficient funds to satisfy all of the obligations, and every financial decision post my appointment required careful review to ensure that the school's limited assets were administered fairly and consistently for the benefit of all stakeholders. So beginning on April 17th, following this body's approval of my appointment, I exercised those duties of the closing administrator openly and without interruption. I reviewed and approved payroll, authorized payments, communicated with the creditors, managed the school's bank accounts, and supervised the school's financial affairs. I was the sole authorized signatory on Sage Collegiate's operating bank account. In fact, all of Sage's bank accounts. I'm providing this testimony this morning because I believe the authority should be aware of a significant event that occurred during the administration of Sage Collegiate's closure. This testimony supplements the update I provided to the authority at the last public meeting, which I believe was June 26, 2026. At that meeting, I advised the authority that I had significant concerns regarding actions taken by the Sage Collegiate Board immediately prior to my appointment, including its decision to accelerate compensation under Executive Director Sandra Kinney's employment agreement, despite the school's severe financial distress and its inability to satisfy numerous obligations to employees, governmental entities, landlords, and other essential creditors. I testified then that those actions appeared inconsistent with the board's fiduciary obligations and advised the authority that my review of those matters remained ongoing, and that at that time I had terminated the expedited payments. Beginning with May 15th, 2026, I stopped those expedited payments to Ms. Kinney, and I communicated to Ms. Kinney that I was not going to approve those expedited payments. Ms. Kinney and I had several exchanges in writing concerning my decision to terminate these expedited payments. And because the agreement between the board, the prior board, the Sage Collegiate Board, and Ms. Kinney was signed after my appointment, it was not enforceable in law, a point that I clearly made to Ms. Kinney several times. Consistent with my concerns I previously expressed to the authority, Sage Collegiate's May 31st, 2026, June 15th, 2026, and June 30th, 2026 payroll that I approved through Sage Collegiate's normal payroll process did not include any accelerated compensation, severance payment, contract buyout, bonuses, or other extraordinary payments to Ms. Kinney. Ms. Kinney reviewed each of these payrolls before I approved them. In fact, before each payroll, Ms. Kinney took the opportunity to share her frustration with my decision to not include the expedited payment. After the June 30 payroll had been processed, I learned that approximately $25,000 had been withdrawn from Sage Collegiate's operating bank account. At the time of my appointment, Ms. Kinney remained in physical possession of a Sage Collegiate checkbook that had been used during the ordinary course of school operations before a closing administrator was appointed. Rather than continuing to seek my approval, she used that checkbook to prepare 4 checks payable to herself, totaling $25,000. She negotiated those checks, resulting in the withdrawal of school funds from Sage Collegiate's bank account. To be clear, I did not authorize those checks. I did not sign those checks. I did not approve any payment to Ms. Kinney outside the June 30th payroll. I first learned that the checks had been written only after the funds had already been withdrawn, when I received an email from Ms. Kinney on July 6th, 2026. Ms. Kinney's email is significant in another way outside of the obvious, which is that it doesn't dispute any of these underlying facts. Not only does it not dispute them, it confirms them. Ms. Kinney does not contend that I had approved these payments. She does not contend that I delegated authority to her to issue these checks. She does not contend that I knew the checks were being written before the funds were withdrawn. Nor does Ms. Kinney dispute that I had been appointed closing administrator, that I was administering Sage Collegiate's finances, or that I had approved the June 30th payroll without the expedited payment. Instead, Ms. Kinney acknowledged that the payroll I approved did not include the compensation she believed she was entitled to receive. Her explanation was only that because the former board had approved an amendment not enforceable under law, to her employment agreement. She believed she could unilaterally determine the amount she believed she was owed, calculate the applicable payroll deductions and offsets, prepare checks payable to herself from the school's account, and negotiate those checks without my knowledge or approval. Again, to be clear, the material facts are not in dispute. By June 30th, there was no uncertainty regarding who was responsible for Sage Collegiate's financial affairs. The board had publicly appointed a closing administrator. The SPCSA, this body, had publicly approved that appointment. I was administering the school's operations, finances, assets, liabilities, payroll, and bank accounts. I was the sole authorized signatory on the operating account. Every payroll processed after my appointment was reviewed and approved by me. Payments to vendors and other creditors required my approval. Ms. Kinney was aware of my appointment. Throughout the closure, Ms. Kinney worked directly with me in my capacity as closing administrator, communicated with me regarding school business, and submitted matters requiring my review. Ms. Kinney also knew that the June 30th payroll did not include the disputed compensation she claimed was owed to her. Despite these facts that are not in dispute, Ms. Kinney independently and secretly prepared 4 checks payable to herself from Sage Collegiate's bank account, negotiated those checks, and notified me only after the funds had already been withdrawn. Every dollar withdrawn from Sage Collegiate's accounts reduces the funds available to satisfy obligations owed to employees, governmental entities, landlords, vendors, and other creditors during the orderly winding up of the school or winding down of the school. As closing administrator, I regarded the unauthorized withdrawal of school funds as a serious matter requiring immediate action. Accordingly, on June 7th, 2026, I filed a report with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concerning the unauthorized withdrawal of approximately $25,000 from Sage Collegiate's bank account. I also initiated an investigation with the Nevada State Bank, requested that relevant records be preserved, and demanded that Ms. Kinney immediately return the funds to the school. I advised her that if the funds were promptly returned, I would immediately notify law enforcement, the bank, and the recipients of my correspondence that the funds have been repaid. To date, the funds have not been repaid. During nearly 30 years working with charter schools, including school closures, financial restructurings, and court-appointed receiverships, I have never, ever encountered another instance in which a former employee, after the appointment of a closing administrator, independently issued checks to herself from a school's bank account without the knowledge or approval of the individual responsible for administering that account. I truly apologize for taking so much of this body's time on this matter, but I believe it's important for you to be aware of these circumstances. Thank you again, and I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kern, for bringing the matter to the board's attention. And just a matter of clarification, it's July 7th you filed the police report, not June, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. July 7th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open it to the board for questions before I ask my own. Member Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kearns, for bringing this matter to our attention. I guess this is more of a question for SPCSA staff, but and our legal counsel. But what role do we as a public body have in this in terms of do we need to file anything with law enforcement? Do we where are what is our role here? If you could help explain that, knowing kind of what was just shared with us.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA, for the record. SPCSA staff is supporting Mr. Kern with his report to Las Vegas Metro. We are also filing a report for investigation with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Any other questions from board colleagues? Member Stern.
Thank you, Chair. Member Stern, for the record, um, just clarification for the record. I know you mentioned that Ms. Kinney was able to do this through a physical checkbook that she had. Um, has that issue been resolved and she no longer has access to that checkbook and accounts, or has the accounts, is her access to the account currently cut off so that this issue can't be repeated, especially given her stance?
That's a great,
you've
yeah,
shared with
that's a great
us?
question. So the actual account that the checkbook, the physical checkbook is tied to has been, is suspended. So there, no activity can happen on that account. It was represented to me, just so you know, this is not an excuse, and I don't want it to be taken as such, but it was represented to me prior to this happening that that the checkbook had been turned over and was in a box that was placed in storage. But obviously, that it turned out to be not to be the case.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that clarification. I appreciate the explanation for how that was able to happen. And again, keeping in mind your statement that you've been doing this for 12 years and this has never happened. So understanding that this was unexpected. But given that, I don't know if there are any other checkbooks or other potential access, if we confirm that there is no other potential for withdrawal by Ms. Kinney or by anybody else who was previously had access to accounts. So any other physical checkbooks or other things, if we confirmed that those are no longer accessible.
At this point, in order for anything to happen on these accounts, the bank is required to notify me. So these accounts are frozen.
Member Stern, thank you. I appreciate that clarification on the record for what action steps have been taken to make sure that the accounts are secure so that creditors can be paid in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stern. Member Addis?
Thank you, Member Addis, for the record. Thank you for that report. Just a follow-up question. You mentioned that the accounts are frozen, and I just want to clarify, does freezing the accounts now impede your ability to take care of the financial responsibilities as closing administrator, or is it like on an approval basis? They just
It's currently on an approval basis. I mean, this is not a this is a temporary measure. We're going to have to create new accounts and move monies from the accounts the monies are currently into new accounts to address exactly the concerns that are being raised now. So this is not what we have right now is just a short-term stopgap to prevent further unauthorized withdrawals, but we'll create a permanent solution.
Thank you so much for that, Member Addis, for the record once more. Just to clarify, will this push back the timeline for the closing administration of the school, or do you anticipate any like delays in moving this process forward as a result, or?
I don't think this alone would materially frustrate or delay the closure process. I mean, there has been in each of these closures more than one unanticipated event that has caused some delay. So it's kind of expected at this point that there'll be some unexpected things that take place, but we will resolve this. And to be clear, I'm committed to pursuing this to its proper conclusion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kern.
Thank you, Member Addis. Mr. Kern, I had a point of clarification. You had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks on this that when you were made the closing administrator, you were made the sole signer on the account, no one else. So Sandra Kinney was removed, right?
Correct.
So, and I just bring that up just to make sure the board is clear on that there was no issue on our end or your end that in terms of policies and procedures that she, was for some reason left on. This was a case of she kept checks, wrote checks to herself and cashed it, and the bank allowed it, right?
Correct. It is still, and this is an issue that we are working with Nevada State Bank on. It is still somewhat opaque as to how these checks actually got negotiated and cleared. They were apparently signed, or Ms. Kinney apparently signed them as the entity. So Sage Collegiate was the signer. I still don't really have a clear answer as to how that gets negotiated by the bank and cleared, but it did in this case. And so, I mean, there's two separate things going on. One is pursuing the matter with Ms. Kinney, and the other is with Nevada State Bank. And we are doing both.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. And after the incident occurred, was Ms. Kinney terminated?
Immediately, as part of my response to her email, her employment was terminated, included in that response.
Thank you. And since you filed a police report, have we received anything from Las Vegas Metro afterwards?
Yeah. All right. So this is a bit of a frustration as well. So I was notified of this unauthorized withdrawal on July 6th by email from Ms. Kinney. On July 6th, I was actually in Whitefish, Montana on my first vacation in a year with my daughter. And I took it that day to work with the Whitefish Police and the Las Vegas Police to try to submit this report. It turns out that for a matter like this, you cannot file the report online. It has to be done in person. But in lieu of doing it in person, you can make a voluntary statement with the local police department, which I did in Whitefish. Without spending several minutes getting into the details here, when you do that, it goes to one department in Las Vegas Metro, what they call the Correspondence Division. After the Correspondence Division gets it, they then send it to the Theft Crimes Division. The Correspondence Division has acknowledged the receipt of the voluntary statement, but to date, Theft Crime says that they have not received that statement from correspondence. So I am still trying to work with and through the Las Vegas Metro Police Department to get this to the point where we have an entity number and a detective assigned to the matter. If I can't do this in the next week, I will come to Las Vegas and file the report in person, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. It sounds like it's held up in typical bureaucratic processes, unfortunately. I will say for my board colleagues that staff did make me aware of the situation immediately as it was happening. So I want to thank staff and thank Mr. Kern for being proactive in that. So I've been aware of the situation, and I'm very happy that that we received the update today. Mr. Kern, to your knowledge, has Ms. Kinney been arrested?
So this is now, I think that question is like above my pay grade. I don't really understand how the criminal process works. So I wouldn't know that. My sense is that we have to get this assigned to a detective at Las Vegas Metro before that can happen. But I really don't know, and I'm kind of speaking out of turn. But I will make sure, and even if it means going to Las Vegas Police Department, that this gets to the point where we have a detective assigned and the matter is investigated, and then the criminal justice system takes over. This is a very, very serious event, and it needs to be brought to its rightful conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. I agree, and I think that's why, as the chair, I'm trying to ask pointed questions in the hope that people listening bring it to light and hopefully fast track some processes. I think while this agenda item is for information and discussion only, I think my colleagues would agree we would like to see things expedited and justice done on behalf of the taxpayer and on behalf of the the school and the students and the monies that folks are owed. And so the theft of public dollars is very, very deeply serious, and I hope that those listening will take action and that this can be, like I said, fast tracked. Any other? Oh, go ahead.
I was just agreeing with you.
Thank you. Member Stern.
There we go. Member Stern, for the record, as I'm processing this, because this was new information to me as this was being shared by Mr. Kern, And appreciating the fact that this is a unique situation and likely, hopefully, something that we've never dealt with before. Um, I'm wondering, I know that this meeting is a matter of public record, but I am wondering, this is probably more of a question for SPCSA staff and council, if we have any obligations to notify the creditors of Sage Collegiate who may have potential civil action against Ms. Kinney. I don't know if we have any obligations or there would be any action we would need to take as a board. I know obviously that wouldn't be something we do today since this is for information and discussion. But I guess I'm trying to understand and make sure that we're fulfilling our obligations, and that if necessary, that would be a future agenda item.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA for the record. This board has duly appointed Mr. Kern as the closing administrator for Sage Collegiate. Any kind of closing processes or other issues remain in Mr. Kern's full authority to pursue. And the SPCSA staff will assist Mr. Kern in any way we can to support him through those.
Member Stern for the record. Okay, so any notices that would be needed to directly communicate to those outstanding creditors, especially if this did have an impact, that would lie within the purview of Mr. Kern, and we would work with him to make sure that was directly notified if needed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA for the record. Yes, that is correct.
Member Stern, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? Go ahead, Member Turner.
Member Turner, for the record, I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment, but I was just hoping that moving forward we would have a more consistent policy for something that happens like this, because if this just falls by the wayside or if there's nothing that's done about it, I just don't want anybody else to feel that they can, negatively affect sounds like hundreds of families and students, and I'm just hoping that maybe moving forward we can have a consistent protocol for when there's a concern about financials, especially, publicly it was blamed on, the school closure was blamed on high facility costs and the cost of living, which is something before you even complete an application to start a school. Like that's something that we all have knowledge about. So to not even have any kind of public information about that this has been a concern, or this is now a concern rather, I would just hope moving forward that we have something in place to make sure that this doesn't happen frequently or at all rather.
Melissa McAdam for the record, that couple things to say on that point, which is totally valid. So one thing is every school closure, is unique and it creates these unique situations and we learn something and then we sort of update our internal protocols for who would have ever thought that would happen, right? So we update those internal protocols, but additionally, we are hoping to seek through some of our more recent experiences that we've had this year. We are looking to update NRS so that we're hopeful this session we can do that so that we can sort of intervene sooner when we start to see red flags. So certainly exactly in line with what you're saying, we could not agree more, and we have every intention of doing that. And again, like Mr. Kern said, this is really, he's been doing this for 30 years and he's never seen something like this happen. So it's almost difficult to imagine that someone would do something like this. But certainly as we learn and go through these experiences, we update our internal protocols for variety of contingencies for sure. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from board colleagues? Okay. I think we can move on. And I think, Mr. Kern, that was the end of your agenda item, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me this much time. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you for the time and information today. All right, we will close out agenda item number 7, and I'm going to shuffle things a little bit and call up agenda item number 9, proven provider updates. Director McAdam.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I knew I was switching orders and I still forgot. This item is related to proven providers as an update from Academies of Math and Science on their restart efforts at Nevada Preparatory Charter School. As we are just days away from the start of the school year, this will be AMS's final regularly scheduled update to the authority prior to opening. SPCSA staff appreciates the significant planning and preparation that has gone into this effort, and we look forward to seeing that work translate into a strong start for the former Nevada Prep, now AMS Nellis campus. And most importantly, we look forward to the positive outcomes for its students. Although this concludes the regular board updates, our oversight will continue throughout the school year, just as it does for every school in our portfolio. Staff will monitor the school's progress through our ongoing performance framework, regular communication, and an on-site evaluation as appropriate. With that, I'd like to invite the AMS team to provide their final update.
Good almost afternoon, everyone. Brandy Adams for the record. I'm very excited to give a very brief update about our progress at AMS Nellis. So as of today, we have 520 students enrolled and another 50 viable applications and registrations in progress for those families who like to live on the edge a little bit and wait till the last minute. That always happens. So we're very pleased with our enrollment progress, and our middle school is absolutely packed. So we can't wait for the school year to start, which that begins on the 6th of August. So less than a week from now. Our staffing is looking very, very strong. We only have 3 vacancies across the school, and that would be 2 parapros and an SLP, which is always very difficult to fill. In the event we're unable to fill that, we do have some contract options that we are looking into as well as a backup plan. So happy about our enrollment and staffing, and really excited about the Meet the Teacher Night that we had this week, where all students were invited to come to the school in person, meet their teachers, see the updates that we've made to the campus, and just get really excited for the upcoming school year. The school is also, just to highlight, we are really focused always at building community schools, and to that end, they have a lot of upcoming events on their agenda, on their calendars, that they're communicating out to families. There's a ribbon cutting event that I'd like to formally extend an invitation to for everyone on Wednesday next week. They have a family fall night planned for the first quarter, a trunk or treat event. We're looking into kicking off our resource fair that is a typical programming piece for us. So a lot of really fun events underway, and we're just so excited to get the school year started and get these kids in our seats. The campus is looking beautiful. I think I've mentioned on more than one occasion about the playground that I was really excited to put on the campus. And so that's in, and we're just excited. Invite all of you all to come on out anytime you would like to see the campus in action. So I know that was really quick, but I mostly wanted to leave time in case there was any questions from the members here.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Any questions from board colleagues? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you very much. We will.
I had a quick question.
Oh,
Chair
no, I
Thigpen,
see
I'm
you.
sorry.
Now you pop up. Go ahead, Member Stern.
Sorry about that. I just, quick, I guess, request of Ms. Adams. This is Member Stern for the record. I know financial concerns had been present for the school prior to you taking over. Can you just very briefly, would love to have on the record just confirmation of the school's financial health at this time? Thank you.
Absolutely. So we were very cognizant about being responsible financially. Something we talked about the last time is that We were aware that the school would be funded on an early estimate of student count just because of how the auditing process works. And so we've been very careful to keep our budget tight. And although we did do quite a few updates to the campus, we kept that reasonable in nature with our enrollment looking as strong as it is and the building costs being very reasonable. We're very confident that our financial health is very strong. So no concerns in that area whatsoever.
And if I can just add one
Oh,
other thing, Member
sorry, go
Stern,
ahead.
to answer your question, I do think it's important to put on the record that AMS, like all schools getting an EGA, they did have to submit an amended budget based on that EGA number, and they did that. So we had that, we're able to review it and all of that good stuff.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate having that on the record. I think it's, again, important to clarify that the school is not only working on their enrollment, but making sure that their financial obligations. I know this board has been dealing with delinquent PERS from schools, and so knowing that the school is currently in a solid financial position, and that AMS has been able to accomplish that in a relatively short amount of time is helpful.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? Seeing none, we will move on. We'll bring it back to agenda item number 8, the approval of Academies of Math and Science as a proven provider to Restart Future Edge Academy pursuant to NAC 388A 270. Back to you, Director McAdin.
Okay, earlier in today's, Melissa McAdin for the record. Earlier in today's meeting, the authority voted to terminate the charter contract for 100 Academy of Excellence doing business as Future Edge Academy. The authority also appointed Brandy Adams Bresler to serve as the school's closing administrator during the 2026-2027 school year. Before I get into the specific recommendation, I do want to turn the time over to Council Samantha King Powell to discuss the legal authority behind what this next recommendation is about.
Thank you, Executive Director McAdin, Chair Thigpen, and members of the board. I'd like to walk you through the legal authority for this restart plan. Nevada law authorizes SPCSA to restart a charter school after terminating its charter contract. NAC 388A 347 permits the sponsor to solicit either a request from an operating charter to expand its charter or an application for a new charter contract. The regulation requires expedited review and authorizes the board to select the entity that will conduct the restart. As a reminder, when this board designated AMS as a proven provider under NAC 388A 270, it considered evidence of AMS's significant management and leadership experience at successful schools, demonstrated academic success, organizational viability, including effective governance, financial management, and recruitment and retention, compliance with applicable laws, and capacity to serve a similar student population through reasonable modified education programming. That prior designation establishes AMS's general qualifications as a proven provider, which this board has already approved. The question today is whether AMS should be selected for this particular restart based on the Future Edge specific restart plan. AMS is currently the only entity approved through the SPCSA's statewide request for qualifications process. Again, this board approved AMS as the proven provider on December 12th, 2025. The board is not being asked to reconsider AMS's proven provider designation. The question presented by this first motion is whether after receiving AMS's Future Edge specific restart plan and the factors required by NRS 388A 303, the board should select AMS as the entity to conduct the restart. Under the proposed structure, Future Edge will become an additional campus under the existing SPCSA-sponsored charter contract. Future Edge's terminated charter contract will not be transferred to AMS, nor will the Restart campus operate under a separate charter contract. Because the proposal adds the former Future Edge campus to an existing charter contract, the restart plan constitutes a request to amend the charter contract for expansion under NAC 388A 3471A. The second thing this staff is asking is the board to approve the restart plan as an expedited amendment and authorizing SPCSA staff to finalize the amended charter contract, thereby adding the former Future Edge school to an additional campus under the AMS charter contract. That charter contract amendment expansion campus would start in the 2027-2028 school year. Finally, NAC 388A 4110 authorizes the board to impose additional conditions when approving an amendment involving an additional facility. The school-specific conditions, including in the proposed motion, must be satisfied before AMS can begin operating as the restarted campus. Staff is asking the board to consider two matters. First, select AMS as the entity to restart Future Edge, the former Future Edge campus, and second, to approve the restart plan as submitted by AMS, thereby allowing the former Future Edge campus to be an expansion of the AMS contract starting in the 27-28 school year. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions before I turn it over to Executive Director McAdam.
Thank you, Council. Any questions from board colleagues for legal counsel before we turn it back to Director McAdam? Go ahead, Member Addis.
Thank you, Member Addis, for the record. I think I'm just seeking clarification. So my first point of clarification is today, I want to clarify, we're voting on an approval of a restart plan. And then does this vote also amend AMS's charter contract to add a campus, or is that a later vote?
So the Samantha King Powell, for the record, what you're kind of voting on two things per the recommended motion. You're voting that AMS be recognized officially as the restart entity, and the restart plan that they have submitted would be the application for restart and the application for the expanded campus under the current existing charter contract.
Beautiful. Thank you, Member Addis, for the record. And just as a follow-up question, I know that we voted to approve Ms. Adams as the closing administrator. Can you explain the difference between approving Ms. Adams as the closing administrator and then approving Ms. Adams with AMS as the restart entity, and how those two pieces will interact together?
Samantha King Powell, for the record. Ms. Adams is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Adams, is an employee of AMS. Our statute does not designate entities, businesses, to be a closing administrator. We have to designate an individual. And that individual designation was voted by this body earlier to be Ms. Adams. It makes sense that she can kind of oversee the closure of Future Edge while ramping up to start the new AMS North Vegas campus.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. Just to clarify even further, just for me, the two pieces are separate, correct? The closing administration of Future Edge's campus and the restart plan from AMS. They are separate, but they will inform, like one will inform the next piece?
Future Edge, Samantha King Powell, for the record, Future Edge and anything associated with Future Edge has to be closed out. It's a separate legal entity. Mm-hmm. And then the expansion campus under AMS is a new entity under a new charter contract.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions for legal counsel before we move on? Okay, seeing none. Okay, proceed.
Thank you. I will now just have a few remarks before I turn it over to the school. To provide continuity, and this goes exactly to what Member Addis was just asking, to provide continuity and stability for the students, families, and staff, SPCSA staff is recommending that the authority approve AMS's restart plan and designate AMS as the school's restart operator, which would begin in the 27-28 school year. So not this school year, but the next school year. This approach allows AMS the entire 26-27 school year to work alongside the closing process, gain a thorough understanding of the school's current academic and operational needs, engage with families and staff, and thoughtfully prepare for a successful reopening under new leadership. Representatives from the AMS team are here today to present their restart plan and answer any questions the authority may have. So we're gonna ask, I think both, most of the AMS team is online, but I think we're gonna ask Ms. Guthrie to also come up to the table. She's gonna weigh in on a few of their slides as well.
Thank you, Ms. McAdon. My name is Eric Greenberg. I am the CEO for the Academies of Math and Science. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the authority. We're very excited to be back in front of you. It's been a few months, and I'm happy to hear that Brandy has been able to update you on our progress with AMS Nellis, a school we are very passionate about. It's difficult for us to be in this position because on one end, we are very excited to be able to serve more of the Las Vegas community. But at the same time, given what we've heard today and the comments of this authority, it's also difficult to be part of and to see charter schools close for various reasons. For that purpose is why we are very appreciative of Ms. McAdon, Ms. King Powell, and you all with the authority to allow us this opportunity to continue to operate a school so that those families in that community aren't left without one. We are very passionate about that, and as you can see with our work with AMS Nellis, now moving that with continuing the future edge into AMS North Vegas, we're super excited about that. We do have a presentation. I don't know if you all are showing it on your end or if I need to share my screen. If you could clarify that for me.
You guys will share your screen, Brandy. I think you've done that before.
Awesome. Okay, so real quick, just as a reminder, or once again to formally introduce ourselves as the Academy of Math and Science. This is a brief presentation. You've all received our more lengthy plan for the restart proposal for this campus. So you go to the next slide, Brandy. Just a quick introduction. Quick agenda of our presentation today. A reminder of who we are at AMS, what we stand for, what our goals are. We're going to go through our academic plan with those goals, operational plan. Brandy did mention before our commitment to family and community engagement. We're going to touch on that. And then a brief close on financial plan before we answer any questions. Next slide. At AMS, we're very particular and very passionate about the vision that we have to provide the best education in the best environment. We are excited and passionate about that, particularly because you can't measure the best. And so for us, it's internally in how we operate, there's always a need for continuous improvement. We're a very data-driven organization, as Brady mentioned, focused on developing community and community-based schools. With that, we want to continue to improve what we do, how we do it at all times. We're driven by our three values of doing whatever it takes, acting with honor, and being vulnerable, candid, and kind. Our goal is to help us navigate that internally with our staff, but also to extend that to our students as well and help them feel a little more purpose behind what they're doing. Our goals are very simple. We want to operate five-star schools in the state of Nevada. We want to be fully enrolled and fully staffed. And given the state of this continuous progress and education in our current market, we want to focus on the continuous growth and development of our staff. That's a very important aspect of how we operate schools, to make sure that the local school, the principal, the administrative team, and teachers all are learning or growing and getting better at their craft. That's the only way we feel that we can truly operate a strong school and deliver strong academic results, in addition to those operational results that we want to as well. With that, I want to turn it over to Dr. Heaton and Dr. Hernandez, who are going to walk through our academic plan.
Teresa Hernandez for the record. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share relative to the academic plan and goals at AMS. During our time together today, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the AMS academic program, and then I'll transition the presentation to Dr. Heaton, our Vice President of Schools, to share the restart plan overview and goals. Next slide, please. The AMS academic program is built upon an instructional infrastructure with 4 key areas that ensure a learner-centered culture. The first is curriculum components, which includes alignment to state standards, a guaranteed and viable curriculum, and research-based resources. Second, we use assessment very strategically to ensure that all of our leaders and our teachers know what each child is ready to learn throughout the course of the school year. Third, we're very focused on collaborative structures to support high-quality professional learning opportunities for all of our staff. And fourth, data systems and structures are designed to provide the right data at the right time so that our leaders and teachers are able to effectively progress monitor both growth and achievement. The instructional infrastructure manifests in the AMS frameworks for instruction. The frameworks are developed and updated by the AMS Academic Services Department, who have a robust amount of experience and expertise spanning PK-12 with verified awareness and alignment in all core and elective content areas. The frameworks are driven by state standards, uphold rigorous expectations for learning and teaching, and meet every teacher where they are in developing their craft as an educator through the use of research-based curriculum resources. AMS leaders and teachers participate in high-quality professional development, professional learning, and training, with teachers having access weekly. Topics are chosen based on data from areas such as student learning trends and teacher observation data. But most importantly, our academic program is situated in our invested and involved communities. Our students, our families, and our staff come together throughout the school year to learn together and to celebrate learning milestones as one. Key events are hosted by each of our campuses that highlight that high-quality learning opportunity for students that their families are a part of. The success of our academic program is monitored and adjusted throughout the school year utilizing strategic benchmarks. And at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Heaton to share about the restart plan and the goals to ensure alignment and coherence across AMS.
Charlie Heaton for the record. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the authority. My colleagues and we're passionate about this work, and I'm excited to share how we will approach a school-specific restart plan. AMS implements a proven and systematic multi-phase approach with improving academic outcomes as our driver. As we approach our work with Future Edge, we will work together with our AMS network specialist, as Brandy Adams-Bressler and Dr. Hernandez reference, and also equally important with the Future Edge school community leaders and the SPCSA. As we engage in this process or restart, it's important for us that we are coordinated and working with all stakeholders. I'd like to share with you the 3 phases that you can expect AMS to engage in as part of this restart plan. In phase 1, which we call the stabilization phase, we've identified a timeline that spans from the approval to the first day of school. And so during this time frame, we have a mission to ensure appropriate continuity for our students, also while strategically resetting, rebuilding, and ascertaining the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats of Future Edge. Given the current timing, we are excited that we have the significant runway to dig in, learn the campus, its needs, build the relationships, be on the ground and working with the principal and the community, and also work with all those who are vested with the restart of Future Edge to AMS North Las Vegas. Fortunately, we have many positive relationships already. The relationships that we've built with many of you in the community and with our Future Edge principal, Casey Guthrie. It gives us the hope and the insight that we need so that we can hit the ground running and designing a robust plan to significantly improve the academic outcomes at the school site. And we call this a restart because we want to ensure that our research-based resources and practices give the students in school what they need. In designing the plan and establishing the path forward, again, we will do this with the Future Edge staff, the restart stakeholders, the closing administrator, and our Nevada-based experts, the authorizer, as well as the many leaders that we have as part of our team, and the specialists that Dr. Hernandez previously referenced. In phase 1, as we stabilize and reset and rebuild, that includes a long list of benchmarks and outcomes. For the sake of our presentation, I'll name a few, those that I'm particularly passionate about and work with my colleagues on in the school site. So some of those benchmarks include, first and foremost, ensuring overall compliance with all state and federal requirements. Secondly, we do a rapid diagnostic and we audit and review all existing data and school performance metrics. And in addition to that, we talk to the key school stakeholders. We establish baseline performance metrics for the school, including deliverables for daily instruction and regular benchmarks, not just the annual state testing. We engage the site leadership, specifically Principal Guthrie, in appropriate necessary supports and coaching and communities of practice to ensure leadership retention. One of the things that is important to us is when we have great leaders and good leaders, we want to see them grow, we want to see them thrive, we want them to continue. We know that's a hallmark of building a strong school. Another benchmark in phase one is implementing a centralized, accessible accountability dashboard with data across all areas of school operations. We know that our principals very much enjoy this, and it gives us a place as a network to work with our leaders to make sure that we're doing what we're saying we're going to do. We expect what we expect. Also in phase one, we're looking at recruiting, retaining, and coaching qualified teachers and secondary leaders. And then just a couple of other benchmarks in phase one, we develop and build out the overall school improvement plan and make sure that's aligned to the turnaround priorities that are established by AMS, by the school community, by the authorizer, and the new restart board. From phase one, we shift to phase two. Phase two begins on the first day of school. And so at AMS North Las Vegas, we will shift to phase two. And during this phase, we're augmenting our phase one efforts with an explicit focus on execution alignment with our research-based practices and resources. So again, many of the items that Dr. Hernandez referenced, those are the pieces that we're in hyper-focused and hyperdrive with. We're engaging our school leaders and teachers and staff with the ongoing coaching, training, progress monitoring, and support. We remain explicit and engaged in partnership using SOPs, real-time and formalized coaching, on-site support and modeling, and then professional development. Some of the benchmarks for phase two as part of the restart plan, and again, these are items that I'm passionate about and that we do well and right with AMS. We make sure first and foremost that we are on the ground, we're working in partnership, we're providing, we're progress monitoring, providing real-time feedback. We know this is an exciting stage because all of the work that happens during phase one, this is when we start to see the fruits of the labor and we see the excitement and the passion and we hear about the difference we're making. And so some of those items include the school's annual focus, which is based on their data and feedback from the school community, their instructional priorities plan, their strategic operating plan. All of those items get put into action. Other items that we see systematically throughout the year in phase two are the quarterly data cycles with the principal and leadership teams, engaging teachers and leaders in communities of practice, collaboration days, weekly lead and learn sessions, and then also creating and regularly reviewing school accountability scorecards, whether that's front office scorecards or operations scorecards, so that we're able to see where the school is, how it's performing against standards and benchmarks and goals. And that as we're approaching state accountability, there are no surprises. We have a clear direction of where we're going and what to expect. Specifically as it relates to the Nevada School Performance Framework, our goal in phase two is to see AMS North Las Vegas to achieve at least 3 stars. The other items that we expect to be held accountable for in phase two is reviewing and aligning the budget and staffing and professional development plans based on the performance data, and then executing updates with fidelity. And then the final piece that's important as it relates to academics and the overall organizational health of the school is looking at attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism. Finally, as we look at phase three, we name that as the sustain and excel phase. I also call it the thriving state phase. With our work with schools, this is where we all in the profession want to see our schools. We want to see our schools thriving. We want to see them self-directed and leveraging the resources and providing them increased autonomy, yet guidance, and yet holding them accountable. And so with AMS North Las Vegas, when we see them hitting phase three, some of those benchmarks or outcomes are going to show up as academic excellence. So we will see that 5-star earning, that 5-star achievement. School community pride. The school is fully enrolled with waitlist. Ideally waitlist at all grade levels, but seeing waitlist in different areas. We want to see, in terms of our community partners, our parents and families, we want to see them, we want to see the buy-in. We want to see it expanding. We want to encourage that. We want to make sure that we're maintaining 100% compliance with all state and federal requirements. Also important is high staff retention and leadership retention and continuity. And those are all pieces that we know that build the momentum and the capacity for a school to earn a 5-star rating and to maintain it. As most of us know, culture is developed over time. And so as we think about the 3 phases, we take into account um, building that culture of excellence with those outcomes. And so I'm going to shift to the next slide, please. And so aligned to our phased approach to restart, we framed our academic forecasts and goals by year and in congruence to the phases. So the first thing I'd like to note is that the state has not yet released the grade for the school or the finalized report. However, we are incredibly thankful for the partnership and the support we've received from Principal Casey Guthrie. She has shared data with us. And so we're able to present and talk to the fact that we have 25-26 performance data here on the screen. Based on the data we have from Future Edge, we've been able to forecast a 3-year set of improvement goals based on this data. And to create these goals, we've reviewed not only testing results from the most recent academic year, but have dug in to look at the bigger picture. Our overall goal for the restart of Future Edge is to bring the performance of the school up to 3 stars, as I shared earlier. And so by the end of year 3, that's where we want to see that success. We'll constantly evaluate the results against these goals and work with our school leaders and our community partners as we receive not only the summative data, but the formative data sets. Some items to note as we look at the goals, when we look at year 1, AMS year 1, we can see here that the percentage of students in the area of ELA, we are forecasting about 11 points increase from the previous year. One thing that, other than if, what we already know qualitative about Principal Guthrie, we can also see in the data that her leadership is having an impact. So what we know about maintaining and having continuity of leadership, as well as keeping and building up our staff, that has a significant impact on academic results and student learning. Not only on the learning, but building the trust and the relationships between students, families, and the school. In the area of math, we're projecting almost a 12-point increase from the prior year. And then as we look at the English language learners population, we want to see 15% advance at least 1 proficiency level. And then in the area of exceptional education or special education, one thing that's a non-negotiable for us is we expect 100% compliance with the IEPs and measurable growth for students who fall into that population. One item that might have been mentioned earlier, and I'll hit it again, it is a critical piece of our work with our schools and our leaders that we work towards 90% student retention. We know that as students stay with us and grow with us, that they make more than a 9 months worth of learning. Students who build trust and are in schools where the curriculum is aligned both vertically and horizontally, we see that they make exponential growth. And that's not just at AMS. We know that's universal in United States education. So we have a mission to make sure that families and students stay with us and grow with us. And then also importantly, we know there's impact on having teachers who learn and grow with us too. So we have an 85% goal set of staff retention. When we focus on staff and student retention, we know we get those results and we see that students are learning. We also take a look at year 1 at participation extracurricular and clubs. We know it's not just about academics, but having students who are engaged and well-rounded and involved in learning and working with their peers in many different arenas as part of school success at AMS. And then again, at that point, I will shift over to Ms. Brandy Adams-Bressler, who can talk about the structures and systems that will support our academic approach.
Thank you, Charlie. Brandy Adams for the record. Sorry, I jumped the gun on you a little bit. I had the opportunity to quickly discuss our operational plans So AMS National, as the Restart provider, has a great local board, and we look forward to partnering with them to make sure that this is a smooth transition. All of our leadership team is going to focus on our short-term goals, which Charlie just did a great job walking through the 3 phases of our restart. So really a huge focus on compliance initially, and ensuring again that partnership between our existing school and the future North Vegas school is in place. And ultimately, our long-term goal is to ensure that students have an opportunity to receive an excellent education. So I want to shift to school leadership, which we all know is a key component in a successful school, and very critical decision to make. In this case, we were extremely fortunate that Casey is already in place at the campus. She's a strong leader. We have all of the faith in the world, and I did just want her to take a moment to talk about her experience and her plans at the campus. I asked her to speak so that she can be a part of this really exciting and positive next step in the process. So Casey, I'll just turn it over to you to brag about yourself a little bit.
Thank you, Randy. Casey Guthrie for the record. I have been, I'll save my emotions and tears. That was last board meeting, but I think I've been at this school site for 11 years. I discussed that earlier. As a teacher, the community really is why I'm there. I think that the students and the families deserve a 5-star education. And I think just over the last month, the transparency, I think their core values at AMS really speak to what we are doing at Future Edge and moving forward with our families is being vulnerable, being candid, and being kind is what our families are really looking for, and our staff to continue the journey. I will say and can share that a majority of our families are returning. We are at 300 students enrolled for the upcoming school year, and all of the staff that had indicated prior to all the changes taking place over the summer are still returning to the school site for back to their jobs. And I think that speaks volumes to the dedication that even the school leadership team and the staff have in trusting the process to make sure that the school remains open for students in our bigger community to have a school site that they've been coming to for potentially 20 years as their families. I think that's one of the fun things at working at that school for so long is like, now I have previous students that were in 8th grade when I started working there that are like 25 picking up their cousins in the car line. And that's really the community that we serve, is very familial, and is the special thing about Future Edge that I think when we're talking about a school closure or the next steps is there is a reason for Future Edge to be there, and there is a reason for the school to continue to operate serving the population that we do serve, and to continue to provide excellent education and continue to up the standards and the expectations for not only myself, but my team and my teachers, because that is what our students do deserve.
Thank you, Casey. She's also humble. Her staff love her. They're excited to continue to work for her. And so this piece in the restart plan is just a slam dunk. We're really excited about Casey being a part of our family. So just talking about staffing, again, along with Casey's expertise and plans to continue on with the campus, she has excellent staff already in place. She's an excellent instructional leader and a strong manager. And so we're also confident that a lot of her current staff will remain on with us the following school year. So to that end, we will apply the same 3-phased approach to our staffing, but ultimately our goal is to ensure that, again, this process is transparent and comfortable for everyone involved. We really want the current Future Edge staff to become familiar with what AMS is all about and make the decision to confidently sign on with us next year. So we are excited about them joining our family as well. And we plan on opening next year fully staffed and fully enrolled, just like we did we will at AMS Nellis this year. So as I mentioned before, and I'll go really quickly because we've hit on this quite a bit, we are really passionate about family and community engagement. And so we intend to leverage the partnerships we've already built in Nevada to assist AMS North Las Vegas in their goal of being a community school. And once again, Casey is already very well connected in the community and will bring a lot of partnerships and community engagement to the school as well. So we anticipate the same strong community showing to be the case at AMS North Las Vegas. So I will kick it back over to Eric so he can talk about the financial plan.
Yeah, Eric Greenberg, CEO for the record. I know we've taken up a lot of your time. We'll go quick here. We have a finance team of a little over 10 individuals led by our Chief Financial Officer, Katie Dieterman. Our approach to finances is one of a lot of non-negotiables. We're very specific in our approach to make sure that financial controls are very rigorous and accurate. We do have a conservative financial planning approach to ensure balanced and sustainable budgets. This has resulted in our Arizona AMS network of 12 schools to be in excess of 150 days cash on hand, and that's all due to a comprehensive school operations approach, but also very strong financial planning with no audit findings. We fully intend and expect to operate the schools or the future AMS North Nevada School or North Vegas School in the same regard. Our approach to financing and school budgeting is also a part of the academic plan that you just heard, to make sure that all of our staff and students have the resources they need to accomplish their individual goals, but also accomplish the goals that we set out for the school. We've heard a lot today and of other schools and some financial difficulties that some have experienced. As we go throughout this year, and as Brandy as the administrator goes throughout this year, making sure that the Future Edge financial situation stays stable and we close that out, we're going to make sure that moving into this new opportunity and the lease that we sign with Rosemar, the bondholder that you heard today, is one that will allow the school to be financially stable and to start and build cash. And at future moments when we submit those budgets, you'll see that with anticipated enrollment that's more conducive to the market that the school is in. So that's our overall financial plan. And like I said, very conservative approach, but one with many non-negotiables. And with that, we turn the time back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll bring it back to the board for questions. Any questions from board colleagues for AMS? Member Addis.
Member Addis, for the record, I love that you looked at me like, of course she has a question. My first question was just a point of clarity. So in the framework for proficiency growth, you highlighted year 1, year 2, year 3, and you referenced that there would be a growth over the previous year. I just wanted to clarify what year 1 constitutes. Is that the 26-27 school year or the 27-28 school year?
Brandy Adams, for the record, I believe that would be after AMS was in place and would be able to have our programs up and running. Although we do intend to support Casey through this next year, we're very aware of what our status is and our responsibilities throughout this year. Any growth we get will be, for sure bonus, but until we're fully in control of the processes that are in place, we probably wouldn't make such bold declarations until after we were there and really working with her.
Perfect. Member Addis, for the record, I just want to say thank you. I just wanted to clarify that and make sure that that was on the record, because I assumed as such, but it wasn't positive, so thanks.
Great clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Addis. Member Stern?
Member Stern, for the record, as a follow-up to Member Addis's question, this is probably for SPCSA staff, more so than AMS. During this transitional year, would the school be operating as an AMS school, given that year one would be the year, like, who is the school this year? Are they Future Edge? Are they AMS? What are they something else? I guess I'm unclear on what that.
Yeah, Melissa Mackin for the record, great question. It is confusing. So for this remaining year, they will be Future Edge. They're in their final year of operation under the administrator, Brandy Adams. Then next school year, they will restart with a new contract under AMS name TBD.
Member Stern, for the record. Okay, so I appreciate that clarification. So AMS would be involved with the school this year insofar as preparing for the following year. Miss Adams would be involved this year as the closing administrator, and then obviously in a dual role in support of AMS, but the school would be operating, and their data that we would be collecting as an entity and as a board would be under the Future Edge. So the accountability for those decisions would still be Future Edge.
Exactly.
Do I have that right?
Yep, you've got
Thank
it
you so
perfect.
much. I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? And I'm not seeing any hands online. Okay, I will bring it back for a motion, which is online with our board packet and the recommendation memo for agenda item number 8. It's a little bit of a lengthy one, but I will entertain a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker will move to select Academies of Math and Science, AMS, as the entity to restart Future Edge Academy pursuant to NAC 388A 347. 1, move to approve Academies of Math and Sciences Future Edge Restart Plan as an expedited request to amend the existing SPCSA sponsored charter contract for expansion pursuant to NAC 388A 347. 1A, approve the addition of the Restart Future Ed Academy as an AMS campus beginning with the 2027-28 school year, and authorize SPCSA staff to finalize the charter contract amendment. The charter contract term applicable to the Restart Future Edge campus will commence with the 2027-2028 school year. Approval is subject to timely execution of the amendment and satisfaction of all applicable pre-opening requirements, including the following school-specific conditions. Unique conditions include: by May 1st, 2027, provide evidence that a school leader has been identified and hired at a public meeting compliant with Nevada Open Meeting Law, NRS 241. 2, by June 1st, 2027, provide evidence of repayment plan acceptable to Rosmar, addressing 100 Academy DBA Future Edge Academies outstanding bond obligations and related facility arrangements. 3, by June 8th, 2027, submit a board-approved final budget that includes revenue based on the fully enrolled student count at the time of the board approval and accurately incorporates expenses, including the facility cost. 4, complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new facilities for the AMS North Vegas campus.
And that last part. If approved.
If approved, the AMS enrollment caps will include the following. Do I need to?
Council, does he need to read that whole chart?
He does not need to read the whole chart.
Right. We see the chart. I'm looking for a second.
Member Addis, for the record, I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're very much looking forward to seeing things be turned around and feeling hopeful for the future. So we appreciate your commitment to that and to our students. All right, that closes out agenda item number 8. We are going to take a 10-minute break so that a certain chair can hit the vending machine. And we'll come back and then we'll actually look at agenda item number 12 as that's for possible action. So we will come back at 12:56. Thank you. All right, it is 12:56, calling the meeting back to order. We will open up agenda item number 12, again, taking things out of order. The review of the SPCSA Strategic Plan Key Initiatives and 2007 Key Initiatives. Back to you, Director McAdam.
Sorry, I forgot that I was next, that we changed the agenda. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm very ill prepared. I'm so sorry, Chair. Give me 2 seconds to pull this up and.
We'll take
Wait,
another
how do I-
10-minute recess.
That won't work.
I'm just kidding, just kidding.
Just gonna take our phone off. Okay, it looks like the IT team is working their magic. I am so grateful to them. Thank you, IT team. Melissa McAdam for the record. As the board will recall, the SPCSA approved its 2025-2030 strategic plan in December of 2024. The strategic plan established a series of annual key initiatives designed to advance the authority's long-term goals and strategic priorities. Today, we will review the progress made towards those initiatives over the past year, celebrate the work that has been accomplished, and identify areas where new or revised key initiatives may be appropriate to ensure the strategic plan remains responsive to the evolving needs of Nevada's charter school sector. The key initiatives throughout this presentation will be in the orange font. So this first key initiative was related to goal number 1, and it was that we will that we will conduct regular site evaluations of SPCSA sponsored schools with a focus on effective board governance and educational programming. Some of the ways that we did that was the site evaluation team this year for the first time. They reviewed recorded board meetings in advance of each visit, which allowed them to have more informed observations and more meaningful discussions with each school's leaders and boards in their focus groups. We refined governing body focus group protocols during those site visits. And then each board was asked to identify strategic priorities and areas for growth during those site visits. The second key initiative was to codify expectations for strong governance and training for charter school board members, including open meeting law. And the ways that we did this was we have increased our monitoring of board agendas and minutes, including notes and feedback related to quality. And we've worked closely with schools on monitoring open meeting law requirements and providing early feedback to ensure all requirements are satisfied. The key initiative on this slide was related to goal number 2 around equitable access to charter schools, and that key initiative was to monitor and report the number of English language learners who reach English language proficiency as measured by the WIDA. The first number I'd like to draw your attention to is the statewide proficiency. I'm going to kind of use my mouse here to draw your attention because I know there's a lot of numbers there. Is the statewide proficiency rate of 9.6% compared with the SPCSA portfolio rate of 12.6%. In other words, English language learners in SPCSA sponsored schools are attaining English proficiency at a higher rate than in the statewide average. What's even more encouraging is that 23 SPCSA campuses posted proficiency rates that are at least double the state average. That's an outstanding accomplishment and represents meaningful progress for hundreds of students learning English. At the same time, these data illustrate an important nuance. When a student demonstrates English proficiency on the WEDI assessment, that student exits English learner status and is no longer counted as an English learner in future years. Take Somerset Alley-Ante, for example. More than 43% of its tested English learners attained proficiency this year. That's an exceptional outcome and exactly what we want for students. However, because so many students successfully exited English learner status, the school's reported English learner enrollment will likely decline in the subsequent year. That creates an important consideration when we evaluate equitable access. A school that is highly successful is helping students become proficient in English may, over time, appear to serve a smaller percentage of English learners. Without considering student outcomes alongside enrollment data, we risk overlooking schools that are producing exceptional results for these students. This is precisely why this key initiative is so important. Looking beyond enrollment percentages and examining student outcomes gives the board a more complete picture of how effectively our schools are serving English learners. The second key initiative related to equitable access was to ensure that data related to specific subgroups' academic performance compared to the state and the school are made accessible. The first thing I'd like to point out is that the SPCSA portfolio, and let me back up. This slide is related to the Smarter Balance grades 3 through 8 ELA and math proficiency. The first thing I'd like to point out is that the SPCSA's portfolio outperforms the statewide average, not only overall, but across nearly every student subgroup in both English language arts and math. That includes English learners, economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and students from multiple race and ethnic backgrounds. This is important because it demonstrates that our schools are not simply producing strong overall results. They are producing stronger outcomes for many of the students who have historically been underserved. Our goal is not simply to report proficiency rates. It is to ensure that when we discuss equitable access, we also discuss equitable outcomes. These next two slides break those same results down by the remaining campuses. I don't expect everyone to read every number on the screen. Instead, these tables are intended to provide transparency and allow schools to compare their performance to both the state average and the SPCSA portfolio average. One of the strengths of our portfolio is that we have schools demonstrating that high levels of achievement are possible across many different student populations. Those schools provide valuable examples of practices that can be shared throughout the portfolio. And those are the last few schools on that slide. We see a similar pattern when we look at ACT performance for our high schools. So this slide is looking at high schools. Overall, SPCSA students outperform the statewide average in both English language arts and mathematics, and many student subgroups also perform above their statewide peers. While there is still work to do, these results suggest that our high schools are helping students make meaningful academic progress and preparing them for success beyond graduation. Again, this is exactly why we choose to include this as a key initiative in the strategic plan. Looking at subgroup performance provides a much more complete picture of school quality than looking at overall averages. This slide provides the additional campus level data, just as it did with the Smarter Balance slides previously. This is our third goal and the last two key initiatives that we had. The first was that we would refine the budget and staffing model, including staffing to combine site visits and risk-based monitoring, and that we would build and implement pathways to streamline the approval of high-performing schools. We did combine site visits and risk-based monitoring for the first time this year. I want to recognize the outstanding work of our grants unit, school support team, and site visit team, all of whom adapted very quickly to implement this change. When I joined the authority, one of the consistent themes I heard from school leaders was the need for a more efficient and coordinated process. Rather than waiting another year to implement improvements, we decided to move forward, recognizing that we would continue refining the process as we learned. Having opened a charter school myself, I'm comfortable with an iterative approach, launching a thoughtful process, evaluating what works, and making adjustments along the way. That approach can understandably be uncomfortable, particularly for staff who are accustomed to having every detail finalized before implementation. I appreciate their willingness to embrace the change. While the process was not perfect, it was successful, and we learned a tremendous amount about what will strengthen next year's next year's site visit process. Our second key initiative under Goal 3 was to build pathways for high-performing schools. To accomplish that, we released the separate request for qualifications for both in-state and out-of-state proven providers. The in-state RFQ was released on an accelerated timeline because we were exploring options for a young charter school that was preparing to surrender its charter contract. Although we did not receive any applications through that process, it allowed us to establish the framework for future in-state proven provider applications. Several months later, we released the out-of-state RFQ. That process was intentionally rigorous and included a 2-phase evaluation designed to identify only organizations with exceptional records of performance and organizational capacity. Multiple organizations applied, but only one successfully completed both phases, the Academies of Math of Science. Having now worked with AMS through the 2 restart processes, I am more convinced that establishing a high bar was the right decision. Restarting or expanding a high-performing charter school is extraordinarily complex work. It requires not only a strong academic model, but also significant operational capacity, financial expertise, and the ability to execute countless details successfully. The rigor of the proven provider process gives me confidence that organizations approved through this pathway are prepared to meet those challenges. As a reminder, all of our key initiatives fall into one of 4 categories: proactive oversight, strategic growth, expanded support, and recognizing progress. For Goal 1, we are recommending 2 key initiatives for the coming year. The first is to fully leverage our new supervisor management analyst position, which we just filled, honestly, I think about a week ago. This position is dedicated to building strong relationships with newly authorized schools and their governing boards, providing support as they establish effective governance practices, and helping boards understand and implement the SPCSA's governance standards from the outset. The second initiative is to continue monitoring governing board activities for compliance with Nevada's open meeting law. This is not a one-year effort, but rather an ongoing commitment to strengthening governance across our portfolio. We have already seen meaningful improvements in board practices, and we believe continued monitoring, guidance, and support will help schools build on the progress over time. The key initiatives for goal number 2 that we are recommending are to maintaining the same key initiatives for the entirety of the strategic plan so that we can continue to measure progress over time. Meaningful trends emerge through consistent measurement, and we believe it is important to build on the baseline we established this year. As we've discussed this morning, when we talk about equitable access, we should not focus solely on who enrolls in our schools. We should also consider whether students are achieving strong academic outcomes once they are there. Accordingly, for the 26-27 school year, we recommend continuing our first key initiative under the Recognizing Progress and Proactive Oversight strategies by monitoring and reporting on the number of English language learners who attain English language proficiency as measured by the WIDA assessment, and that we ensure that data related to specific subgroups, academic performance compared to the state and school are made accessible. Our final key initiatives fall under Goal 3. The SPCSA is committed to being a responsive organization. Both of these proposed key initiatives align with the strategic plan's expanded support strategy because they focus on improving how we serve schools, the board, and our stakeholders. The SPCSA applied for and was awarded a $23,000 financial operating and efficiency grant from the Nevada Department of Education. We are in negotiations now with a vendor to help us develop a communication strategy. I know that is music to Chair Thigpen's ears. The first initiative is to evaluate and improve on internal meeting structures and procedures. Over the past few years, we've grown as an organization, and it's important that our internal processes continue to evolve as well. By improving how we coordinate across teams and make decisions, we'll be better positioned to provide timely, consistent, and high-quality support to our schools. The second initiative is to evaluate and improve on external communications with schools, the authority board, and other key stakeholders. Neither of these initiatives is as visible as opening a new school or reporting academic results, but they are foundational to becoming the responsive, service-oriented organization envisioned in our strategic plan. By strengthening both our internal operations and our external communications, we will be better equipped to support schools and ultimately better serve Nevada students. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions. It's, of course, dawning on me that I did not give you a proposed motion, which would be, when you're ready, when the time is right, after your questions, to approve the key initiatives as presented in the presentation.
Thank you, Director McAdam. You read my mind. Okay, we're back to the board for questions or comments. Member Salcido? Oh, okay. I saw you come off mute for some reason. Just pressing buttons over there.
Getting ready for a motion.
Okay, perfect. Well, I will comment and say I am excited about the communication strategy, so that's great. Okay, thank you so much. When you're ready, Member Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we approve the key initiatives as presented.
Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Director McAdam and team, for all the hard work. These stats are very, very reassuring, so we appreciate it. All right, let me make sure that I got us back in order after moving things around. I think we're going to go back to agenda item number 10, the SPCSA pre-K programs. And this is with Miss Marina Cutler.
All right, let them make their way up. Good afternoon, Chair, Trustees, Director McAdam, and staff. I'm Connie Zeller for the record, and we're so pleased to be able to provide you with an update this afternoon about our early learning work conducted by our staff and schools. To share a bit about myself, I've been supporting charter schools in Nevada for over 10 years in a variety of roles, including principal, director, and currently early childhood programs for the SPCSA. Additionally, I had the opportunity to serve as a trustee for Elko County School District's board for a number of years and really appreciate your work and your dedication. So thank you for your time today. Presenting with me today, we also have Marina Cutler, who's Director of School Support and has been instrumental in sustaining growth and quality of our early programs. And then we also have Paige Peck joining us, who is our Fiscal Grants Analyst. She supports all of our early learning grants and numerous others, and her attention to detail and timeliness has played a large role in the growth and success of our early learning programs. To tell you a bit about our presentation today, to scope it out, we'll start with Marina. She's going to share a background of early childhood education and our programs, including our growth. We'll have a brief fiscal update from Paige, including our grant sources and funds received. And then I will finish up sharing our most recent assessment data and looking forward, including state initiatives. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Marina.
Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. My name is Marina Cutler, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Director of School Support at the SPCSA. This afternoon, we wanted to share a bit about our early childhood programs, and I'd first like to focus us on why early childhood programs are so important and why we've invested people and staff to support with this incredibly significant work. Through countless research studies, we know that students who attend high-quality early childhood programs have opportunities to practice social-emotional regulation and are more likely to grow up to become lifelong learners and high-quality contributing members of our society. And we also know that if we have students in our buildings earlier, we can support in the work of identifying students who may need additional supports early on. Early identification and intervention can reduce the cost of intervention long-term. And lastly, early childhood programs prepare students for kindergarten and the rest of their academic career. supporting students with being on grade level since they're more likely to start on grade level. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. In order to better define quality, I'd like to touch on some elements that ensure our programs are actually making the difference for our students. And the first is that our pre-K classrooms often look significantly different than our K-12 classrooms, as they should. Our pre-K classrooms are center-based and focused on having rich classroom environments for students to interact with. In a pre-K classroom, you would likely see centers, like a science center with balance or measuring tapes or animals or natural materials. You might also see a dramatic play center with kitchen tools, dress-up clothes, a play cash register, all of those types of materials for students to interact with. These rich, intentional environments provide a space for our students to learn through play. Second is hands-on dynamic instruction. Our students are the ones doing the learning through exploration and play. Teachers are not delivering information to students through a sort of sage on the stage model, where you may see a teacher in front of a classroom lecturing. In high-quality early childhood environments, students are learning through hands-on exploration and play, and teachers facilitate and guide this learning with intentional prompts and interactions. High-quality pre-K programs also include reduced student-to-teacher ratios, so 10 students to every teacher or less than that. Our programs also participate in the Quality Rating Improvement System, QRAS, which is the system by which pre-K programs are rated in the state of Nevada. And we're happy to report that all of our programs that have participated in this rating system have received a 5-star rating, which is the highest rating of quality for an early childhood program. This is definitely an accomplishment to celebrate and one that requires a lot of hard work from our schools. Can advance. Perfect. So getting into some numbers, our early childhood programs make up a small but growing subset of our students at the SPCSA. In 2024, we had just 250 early childhood seats at 2 charter holders. This past year, we nearly doubled to 448 seats at 6 charter holders. And as we move into this upcoming school year, we will have 708 seats at 10 charter holders. So as you can see, we're growing quickly. I'm now going to pass it over to Paige Peck, who will talk a little bit about our early childhood program funding.
Great. Paige Peck for the record. Thank you, Marina. Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. As stated, my name is Paige Peck, and I am the Contracted Grants and Projects Analyst assigned to our early childhood education grant programs. I would like to provide just a brief overview of the 3 main sources of funding for our early learning programs. So the first of which is actually from last fiscal year, FY26, and this is the Infrastructure Expansion Grant. In FY26, 6 SPCSA-sponsored charter schools were awarded competitive funding for the Early Childhood Infrastructure Expansion Grant. The primary goal of this grant is to expand equitable access to high-quality early childhood education in Nevada by funding infrastructure projects that directly support the creation and sustainability of Nevada-ready pre-K aligned preschool seats. 6 schools that were funded are Civica Nevada Career and Collegiate Academy, Futuro Academy, Matter Academy of Nevada, Quest Preparatory Academy, Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, and Vegas Vista Academy. By receiving this funding, schools were able to pay for infrastructure and classroom furniture to either add brand new pre-K programs, or they were able to add additional seats to their existing pre-K programs. In addition to the competitive infrastructure expansion grant, our schools also had great success in applying for another source of competitive funding in this fiscal year, FY27, and this is the Early Childhood Literacy Competitive Funding. These funds will be used to provide literacy-based enrichment services for students aged 4 to 6, and this is actually going to be in both pre-K and K classrooms. This grant was highly competitive across the state. We had 12 schools apply for a total of just over $5.6 million, of which 6 schools were funded for a total of just over $2 million. The 6 schools that were funded are Coral Academy of Science Las Vegas, Doral Academy of Nevada, Matter Academy of Nevada, Nevada Rise Academy, Pinecrest Academy of Nevada, and Sports Leadership and Management Academy of Nevada. Now looking at the difference between the FY26 and FY27 per seat pre-K funding, there has actually been an update to these numbers since the creation of this PowerPoint, as we received funding for 10 additional seats. So in FY27, the SPCSA received an increase of funding from just over 3.7 million in FY26 to now $5,954,280. And as Marita stated on the previous slide, this is due to the increase in pre-K seats from 448 to a new total of 708 this fiscal year. The new schools for this fiscal year include Pinecrest Academy of Nevada, Quest Preparatory Academy, Silver Sands Montessori Charter School, and Vegas Vista Academy. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Connie.
Okay, Connie Zeller again for the record. Thank you, Marina and Paige, for that information. I'd like to advance to the next slide. Oh, this is the right slide. Thank you so much. And we're going to jump into data now and begin by highlighting our observation tool that we use. So as you can see at the bottom of this slide, it mentions that we have 34 subdomains that we're measuring 3 times throughout the year. This is a very extensive, intensive tool, completely embedded and immersed in the instruction that we're providing. We don't do the old school, what we call pull and sit for assessments. It's completely immersed in what the children are demonstrating and showing and stating throughout the day. I've listed out all the domains for you, as you can see, and to give you a couple of examples, perhaps under social emotional development, conflict resolution is underneath there. Physical development health, we have gross and fine motor skills, as you might expect. Language and literacy, reading and comprehension. Social studies, we have geography and history. Under mathematics, spatial awareness and patterns, and then predicting and classifying, to give you another example, under science and technology. Now I'm going to share a couple of the reports in the next coming slides, and because this is a grant-based funding source, we are asked to provide formal assessment data to NDE, which is published by the Office of Early Learning and Development. And this publication is utilized during legislative session and beyond, with the goal of Nevada to eventually accomplish universal pre-K within our state. Okay, so next slide, we're going to look at one of the reports provided to NDE. This is a kindergarten readiness report. And just to define how are we coming up with what is kindergarten ready, to the right there, that is a minimum average score of 3.75 in each of the domains, an overall average of 4.0 or higher range there, and then with the understanding the pre-K range is between 2 and 5 on the scoring scale. We did test all 448 of our students, and this is pretty remarkable data. So period 1, if you can see it, you kind of can, it's a 0, because none of our students that started with us at the beginning of the pre-K year this past year were considered to be kindergarten ready, as was just defined to the right of this slide here. Then we go to period 2, 46%, and that is through the end of February, just for reference. And by the end of the school year, in May, 85% of our students were considered to be kindergarten ready per the requirements to the right. And I think it's also worth noting that this grant has been designed to meet the most at-need and at-risk students, and does have a 10% IEP requirement within each of our classrooms. So 85%, given all things there, I think is outstanding growth. Definitely showing, supporting research that early learning creates a strong foundation for educational success, with those measurements of growth there. The next report, if we can go to the next slide, that I'd like to share with you is growth increased by domain. So as you can see listed across the top, there are the domains that I highlighted earlier. And then to the left there, we're comparing period 1, beginning of school year, against period 3, end of school year, for overall growth. Now, as we recall, the range for this tool is 0 to 7, with pre-K falling between 2 and 5. So as you can see, when you look at period 3, we're 5 or above, meaning that we're edging into that K knowledge, basically by the end of the school year. And the average percentage of growth for all of the domains is approximately 28%. So this is demonstrating substantial learning gains, and really basically documenting to the state that our students are becoming more emotionally regulated and are cognitively prepared for kindergarten and beyond. Okay, next slide. So looking forward, always want to plan and forecast and be prepared as an agency for what's coming. You can see that we've had significant growth over the past few years, and I do want to mention that we do have an annual audit that is conducted and over the past by NDE, and over the past few years, we've had 0 findings in that audit. And I strongly believe that because of that, this significant growth has been supported by NDE. We are a very strong and solid partner for them in this work. So as was mentioned, we've gone from 2 to 10 schools in 3 years, but obviously we have many more schools in our portfolio than 10. And we'll see what happens with additional funding for facilities, which continues to be a barrier. But I think it's really good for us to understand that, you know, additional growth could potentially be coming in perhaps at a higher rate, depending on what happens with funding. And, you know, with that, sustainability, I think is something that we should consider and be thoughtful about, whether that's other districts utilize braiding of funds to basically do what they can to have early learning in each one of their schools. And basically any proactive measures that we can take as an agency to bring early learning to all of our schools. Definitely a recipe for success. So with that, that concludes our presentation. And if we want to go to the next slide there, I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very reassuring stats. I remember when we approved or I guess we kind of inherited the first school with pre-K was a CCSD school, right?
We had pre-Ks in a few of our schools when we brought that school on, but that is a very unique school that only offers pre-K and kindergarten.
Oh, that's why it's stuck in my head.
Yeah, yep, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It was a very unique situation.
Yeah, so I remember when we did that, the conversation, well, how do we track things? So this is really awesome to see. So we appreciate it. All right, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments for the team on this presentation? Go ahead, Member Turner.
Member Turner, for the record, I might have maybe 2 or 3 questions. First, I just want to ask the structure of the pre-K programs in the schools. Are they all full day?
So the grant requires 25 hours a week, and you can kind of choose how you want to do that. Some of our schools are 4-day programs, and so it would be dependent upon that. But I will tell you, you can go above that. So some of our schools choose to align their pre-K hours more in alignment with the rest of their early grades for ease of parents and drop off and et cetera. So minimum of 25 hours, but some do go above that.
Thank you. My next question is, it sounds like a lot of the schools that have and will have the pre-K programs are very competitive. So I was just wanting to know, in order to continue to increase retention among the schools, are students who are enrolled in pre-K, do they have priority whenever it comes to enrolling in kindergarten in those schools?
This is Connie Zeller for the record. I may refer to Director McAdoo to be sure that I get this correct, but I can speak to, I think, a couple of things. So we do have a handbook in place as far as the requirements for a school to add pre-K, just to make sure, or early learning, we can say, and, you know, because there is some interest in 3-year-olds as well that is potentially coming down the pike. So there is a vetting process to ensure that the school is prepared and ready to do it successfully. And then they basically run the lottery. So the pre-K students are enrolled in, they go through the lottery process, which is no different than any of the other grades. And then after that, because this is a grant, there are additional requirements to qualify for the grant. So up to 250% poverty if a student is on an IEP. And just this year, they've actually changed and expanded the ways that families can qualify. So if they are zoned for a school that is 1 or 2 stars, I believe they can now enroll in our pre-K programs. If they have an incarcerated parent, if they're considered to be homeless, it's kind of a much longer list as to how they can qualify. But we have to be able to prove that we've vetted our families and that they do qualify if we've enrolled them.
And then to answer the lottery question, it depends on the school's enrollment. It has to be part of their enrollment policy, but it is allowable that if they are not in a tuition-free pre-K, they just can roll up into kindergarten.
Okay, thank you. I do have one more question. I'm interested in what kind of resources are provided for families? Because students who are in pre-K, especially if they start as early as 3, there's a lot of times where families need support and knowing how to just to parent. And then that's a time when things start being identified, or if there's a lot of questions. So what kind of resources are provided for families in pre-K?
Connie Zeller for the record. Thank you for that question. We actually have a very strong parent component, which is a part of this program. We actually do a family engagement survey annually, and then and that is an anonymous. So NDE basically provides the link for that, and then we get the data back, but we don't see which family filled out what. And then we are required, each of our schools, to create a family engagement plan with goals that we submit annually. So we're very involved with, and in addition to that, we minimally conduct family events, and that includes support. So it can be literacy based, it can be resource based. Whenever possible, we're sharing resources and sending home books to create home libraries and manipulatives and things that we can do to create sustainability for our families. And I will also state that our schools do what they can if screenings are being conducted, like for hearing screenings or other medical things that are happening, vision screenings, etc., that our pre-K students are folded into that and also participate in that as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Connie.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from board colleagues? Seeing none. I will say I wish member Homestead was still on the board so she could have heard this update. I'm sure she would have been thrilled. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move right along to agenda item number 11, the charter school application process. And I think this is over to Dr. Broughton.
All right, does that work? Perfect. All right, thank you guys. Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the Authority Board. My name is Katie Broughton and I serve as the Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Today, I am going to conduct the annual charter application training for the Authority Board. Nevada state statute requires that the board be trained annually on the charter school application process and governance of charter schools. The language on the screen was from AB 419 and from the 2021 session, which is what put this into place, and that has now been codified into NRS 388A.155. Now on the screen are several core responsibilities of this board, and this training is related to the first one, which is evaluating, approving, and declining applications to form a charter school. So a little bit about the information regarding a charter school life cycle. The initial life cycle of a charter school is 6 years. Upon authorization, the charter school enters into year 0, which right now is about a year. In future cycles will be about 15 months. During year 0, there are several pre-opening conditions any approved school must meet in order to enter year 1 and officially open. Initial charter contracts are 6 years, so they run year 1 through year 6. During that process, the schools are held to several accountability measures as measured on the performance framework. And they also receive a site evaluation in years 1, 3, and 5 of the charter contract. In year 5, the school will go through the renewal process, and if they want to renew the charter contract, then the renewal comes back before this board for ultimate approval, in which this sort of starts all over again. One note, though initial charter contracts are 6 years, any renewed contract can go from 3 to 10 years. So a little bit about the application process. So as a reminder, this board does approve the new charter school application each year. So this charter application was approved in December of 2025. The process itself has a number of steps, beginning with the notice of intent. Currently, that happens and is due at the end of January. And then this process runs all the way through resubmission, which is anywhere from November to December. Any school that submits a notice of intent is eligible to submit a charter school application. It's not required, but it does make you eligible. And currently the application is due April 30th. Once it's submitted, SPCSA staff conducts a completeness check where we ensure that the application has all required components. If anything is identified as missing, we send it back and applicants have 48 hours to fix that. Any application that makes it through the completeness check then moves to the application review. That process is about 5 weeks. A team of 3 people reviews the charter school application. It's 1 SPCSA staff member that leads the team, and then it's 2 external evaluators who are people that we'll talk about in a second. From there, those reviewers put together a set of clarifying questions, which are meant to be sort of factual, not too broad scope questions that clarify elements of the application. And then the evaluation team conducts a capacity interview of the whole applicant team. The recommendation to the SPCSA board is then based upon the findings in both the capacity interview and throughout the written application. And that recommendation will come before this board with either approve with conditions, or recommend for denial. Any applicant that is denied does have the opportunity to do a resubmission, which allows them to make non-material changes to the application, to clarify things, to fix things, etc. And then that resubmission process, the resubmitted new charter application comes back before this board in November or December. So again, this shows the timeline for each of these steps. You can see the bulk of things is with the initial reviews and capacity interviews. Right now, the completeness or the application is due April 30th, and then this whole process essentially culminates in late August, and then opportunity for resubmission is again November, December. The application has a number of required components. The cover sheet is required of all applicants. That part is not necessarily formally evaluated, but provides important information for the context of the application. The meeting the need academic plan, operations plan, and financial plan are requirements of all applicants. And then each of those bullet points represents a subsection within each of those larger sections. The addendum section is required for any applicant that intends to contract with a CMO or an EMO, or any CMO that's applying directly for authorization is also required to complete the addendum. So this cycle, we have some, but not all applications that have the addendum completed. So the evaluation is obviously a very critical part of this process, and we use a rubric that kind of follows along with the application itself in order to give ratings or scores on each charter application. So each reviewer completes totally independently of the others a charter school rubric for the application that they've been assigned. On that, there are a number of descriptors that each subsection must meet, and evaluators determine if the application meets the standard, approaches the standard, or does not meet the standard within those descriptors. They then kind of roll that evaluation into the subsection. So for example, if a subsection has 6 descriptors and 5 of them are rated as meets standard and 1 is rated as approaches the standard, the evaluator may rate the whole subsection as meets the standard. There is some professional discretion that goes with that, but they kind of rank, or they rate each subsection of the evaluation or of the application based on those descriptors, and then provide ratings on the subsection, and then ultimately all the ratings on the subsection are rolled into a rating on the whole section overall. In order to be recommended for approval, an applicant must be rated as meets the standard in all of the sections that they are required to complete. So if we go back to this, for any applicant that does not have an addendum, they're required to be rated as meets the standard in meeting the need, the academic plan, the operations plan, and the financial plan in order to receive a recommendation from staff that they be approved. If they had to complete the addendum, then they're required to meet the standard in that section as well. There are some additional statutes that are required and important to consider when thinking about charter school applications. NRS 388A.246 does lay out a number of options that charter schools must aim to accomplish. They don't have to just identify one of these. They can identify multiple of these, but they have to have at least one of these, and that is something they must identify within the meeting the needs section of the application. The demographic and academic needs assessment is another really important thing to consider when considering a charter school applicant. As part of this assessment, the SPCSA is required to identify both demographic and academic needs, and then a charter school applicant must outline and identify which of the needs that their school is intending to meet. Currently in the needs assessment, we have 5 demographic needs, which are listed in bullet points on the screen. Those are student groups that generally represent a demographic need for improved options for their educational outcomes. So again, we have 5 demographic needs, and then there are 2 academic needs. The first academic need is geographies with consistently underperforming schools. We identify that as zip codes in which a significant number of students are sitting in schools that are rated as 1 or 2 star. So we look to see if those zip codes have primarily high performing or lower performing schools. And if they're lower performing schools, that represents a geographic academic need. The second academic need is serving students who are at risk of dropping out. This identifies students who are likely identified as at risk of not graduating, and then designs a program around specifically meeting the needs of those students to ensure that they are able to and on track to graduate. I think this is a really important slide because, especially for those of you who've worked in schools before, you know that the academic and demographic needs I've gone over are students in every single school in Nevada. And so it's not just about saying that, like, we will, serve those students. It's actually designing a program around the needs of those students and showing those design elements and showing how that design will serve the group of students that you meet. Because again, if you think back to this slide, students in these demographics are enrolled in every single school. And so it's not just saying like, yes, we will serve English language learners, right? We know that there's a large group of students who are identified as ELL in this area. We have gone out, we have solicited the community's input. This is how we're going to serve those students. This is why the academic program that we're proposing works for those students. So it's not simply saying, yeah, we're going to serve the students with these demographic needs that show up, so much as designing a program that is really going to show demonstrated capacity, credible plans, community input, and thorough research around the demographic and academic need that is identified. This also shows, in terms of the alignment to the academic and demographic needs assessment, if an applicant does not meet either an academic or a demographic need, they're in the red, they cannot be approved. If they meet one or more, one demographic or one academic, then they're in the yellow, where they technically can be approved, but there may be concerns. And really what we look for is in the green, that there's both an academic need and a demographic need that's identified. Okay, so the last section of the training itself will be around charter school governance, and we'll review several statutes that talk about charter school governance. So the first is NRS 388A.246. This requires that as part of the charter school application, each applicant include proposed bylaws for the governing body. And there are several requirements within those bylaws. Those are something that we also approve and evaluate throughout the pre-opening process for approved schools. The second important thing is that it does require that charter school applications include opportunities and expectations for involving the parents of students who would enroll in the operation of the charter school, and we do that within the meeting the needs section of the application. A committee to form is often the most popular or common group of people that we have who submits a new charter school application, and there are statutes around the membership of the committee to form. Specifically, a committee to form must be at least 5 people. It must have a member who's a teacher, and then a second member who either is a teacher or is a school administrator. There are several licensing requirements and nuances within that, but generally that's kind of what we're looking for there. The third is a parent or legal guardian who is not a teacher or an employee of the proposed charter school. And then it should have 2 members who possess knowledge and expertise in accounting, financial services, law, or human resources. And schools can kind of decide what people and areas they want to focus that in on. Additionally, a committee to form may include not more than 4 additional members. So it has to be at least 5, and it can't be more than 9. And it outlines kind of the other areas that can include, but it can include other members of the general public as long as those first 5 things are satisfied. It can include representatives of nonprofit organizations and businesses, and it can include representatives from colleges or universities within NSHE. It cannot include a potential contractor of the proposed charter school, so anybody that would theoretically be paid by the school in future years. It cannot include a potential lessor of a facility, a representative of an EMO, or a person related by blood or marriage, or described in the top bullets. Oh, and they must also, a majority of them must be residents of Nevada at the time the application is submitted, and the committee to form must be fully established at the time the application is submitted. The SPCSA must establish standards and provide training regarding the standards, governance standards, before the school opens, and every 3 years after that. We provide that training through the pre-opening process, and we also make that training available to all of our schools each year. So this year I do want to talk a little bit about the new charter school landscape, because I think it's really important that we take kind of a step back and think about the big decision that waits us in August. I think in particular, based on some of the things that you all have heard today, you understand the importance of this, and all of these decisions really are informed very early on at the new charter school application process. We at the SPCSA do want to note, and this is factually true, that opening a new charter school has become significantly more challenging each year post-COVID. This is across the state. We're seeing the same challenges play out in Clark County that we are in Washoe County, that we are in several of the rural areas. The challenges are mainly in identification of a facility and opening at planned enrollment. And while sometimes identifying a facility seems kind of easy through the application process, it's really identifying a facility that's financially responsible that really is where the challenge lies. Facilities are often difficult to identify. They're incredibly expensive to both acquire and lease, and they're complex. Most people that go into this are not experts in coding and permitting, and each county and city also has various requirements that are complex and challenging. And in a lot of cases, we are seeing schools that are facing some unfavorable lease terms, above market costs, and that can really significantly impact long-term financial sustainability. Schools that enter into expensive leases, particularly in their early years, often have a really, really hard time kind of readjusting and getting to a financially viable place. Enrollment also remains a significant challenge. This is, number one, amid declining statewide student enrollment. We're seeing that in Nevada. The school districts are seeing it, but we're also hearing that from charter authorizers all throughout the country. And you know, charter schools are asking parents to do a lot. Asking them to enroll a student in a school that is opening its first year it's asking a lot. And as schools build their reputation, we see some of those challenges sometimes lessen. But that is a significant hurdle to overcome. So to put some context to that, on the screen here are the schools that have opened since 2021, 2022. And I think this is really important. We share this with our new applicants as well as when they think about what their enrollment targets are going to be. We didn't identify the schools here, but this is, the number of schools that opened in each of those years. And that middle column is what their approved enrollment was. So in the new charter application, they say, this is going to be our enrollment cap for year one. And every school that has an asterisk, or every number there that has an asterisk next to it, means that that school had to do an amendment to reduce their enrollment in year one. And you'll see that that's the vast majority of them. The column on the right shows the enrollment in October, which is their validated student enrollment day data. And you can see that in the vast majority of cases, that number is significantly lower than it is in the middle column. That means that those schools likely opened under-enrolled, which again can be a challenge financially to ensure sustainability in the long run. We use this not as a way to say the schools can't open, but to really encourage our applicants to set conservative and low enrollment targets and make sure that their school works with those conservative and low enrollment targets. It's a lot easier to adjust a budget and adjust financial projections for higher enrollment and increased revenue than it is to do in the reverse. So I'm also going to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that goes into submitting a new charter school application. When you have a group of individuals sitting in front of you in a month, for them to get there has taken months of planning, a ton of hours of collaboration within their team, within their community, often with us, and a deep commitment to students and a vision for Nevada's students. Every applicant who comes before this board has invested significant time, energy, and passion into this project, and we want to be clear that that deserves recognition in and of itself. At the same time, it is our responsibility to think beyond recognizing that passion. We do believe that passion is essential and it matters, but it is not enough on its own to sustain a successful school. If it was, we likely would not have seen some of the other things that we've seen today. An application must clearly articulate a strong academic model, demonstrate organized capacity, present a financial plan that is realistic and sustainable, and identify a leadership team and governing board that deeply understand the proposed model and have the experience, capacity, and commitment to implement it with fidelity. Opening a charter school has always been challenging, that's true. But the environment today presents many additional hurdles. Declining enrollment has led to an increase in competition for students. Schools are facing rising facility costs, staffing challenges, and financial pressures that honestly make the path to long-term success more difficult than ever. As shown on the previous slide, 5 of those 14 schools that have opened since 2021-2022 have already closed. While no authorizer can eliminate every risk, these realities underscore the importance of thoughtful, rigorous, and conservative authorization decisions that are grounded in evidence and long-term viability. And that is the approach that we take when we evaluate these applications. When this board approves a charter school, you are doing more than just authorizing a school to open and saying, we hope it works out. You are making a decision that will affect students, families, staff, and the broader public for years to come. Our responsibility is to ensure that the schools we authorize have the greatest possible likelihood of succeeding, and not for 1 year, not for 2 years, but for as many years as the students who enroll can be impacted by that education. That means that oftentimes we have to make hard decisions, and those decisions cannot just be based on the commitment and passion of the applicants. We have to determine whether the application demonstrates a clear, coherent, and sustainable plan. Ultimately, our obligation is to minimize risk for students and families by authorizing schools that are well-positioned to deliver on the promises they make. And with that, that is the end of my presentation today. So I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. Appreciate the presentation, and the training is always valuable. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of, or learn something new, or reminded of things that are important, especially the points you just made. And for the new members, I think oftentimes we'll encounter, people going through the process and, internally they don't make it before the board, right? And you'll get pressure from outside sources of, you need to intervene on behalf of this applicant. And it's like, well, there's a process for a reason. And that's because, to Dr. Broughton's point, we want to make sure that these schools last for, decades and not just 2 to 3 years. So all very important training. It's a lot to absorb, so I would recommend downloading the presentation and going over it in your spare time, and letting staff know if you have follow-up questions. But with that said, I will open it up to board colleagues for any questions or comments to staff. Go ahead.
Member Knoll, for the record, does the authority provide any feedback for denied applicants during the resubmission process?
That's a really good question, Katie Broughton, for the record. So when we receive an application and we go through the evaluation process, we will produce for this body a recommendation memo. And that recommendation memo is extremely extensive, and the way we design it, especially for applicants that we recommend for denial, is that essentially that should be the blueprint, right, for what's missing. Think feedback on a rough draft, so to speak. And so we really try to outline the areas that need improvements. In addition to that, we meet with applicants that are denied. We meet and confer with them. There's a certain timeline we have to do that. So if the application is denied, we will reach out to them and set up an opportunity to meet and defer with them. And that is when we also provide some additional sort of information around next steps for the application. I will be honest in saying most applications that we deny are not well positioned for the resubmission process. The resubmission process gives them essentially 30 days in which they've got to resubmit an application, and they can't structurally make a lot of changes. Like, they can't materially change what's been submitted. They can just sort of fix things. And usually things that are like if, for example, the budget needs a number of adjustments, that's something that could possibly be addressed in the resubmission process. Typically, though, we focus our recommendation on the capacity of the team, how the whole plan works together, and those are often things that cannot really be addressed in 30 days. And so we usually are also pretty transparent around whether or not we think an applicant should pursue the resubmission process. But even if they don't, we do believe that the recommendation memo also gives them an opportunity to consider like what to do if they choose to resubmit in the next cycle, in which they can resubmit and they can do, or they can submit again. It's essentially a fresh application. And it gives them a lot of leeway to kind of address some of those things, possibly recruit new people to the committee form, things like that. This year, we're in a really unique position because we've changed the timeline of our application. And so for any applicant that is denied, they can essentially start in the new charter application window, which essentially opens with the notice of intent at the end of October. So we think like this is an interesting timeline, but to answer, that was a very long-winded way of saying, yes, we provide them a lot of feedback. We make it very clear what the deficiencies are, both in writing and then through various conversations with the applicant.
Melissa Mackin, for the record, I'd also just add for our new board members, it is not uncommon for a school to apply multiple times before they get approved.
It's very true. I was thinking the same thing. I've seen a few people more than once in my time on the board. And to Dr. Broughton's point earlier, there is a lot of passion behind that, but it's very important that they go through the process correctly and the maths and, they can stand the test of time. Any other questions from board colleagues? Checking in online. All right. Well, thank you very much. We will close out agenda item number 11 and open up agenda item 13, the report on site evaluation. And I'm not clear on who is taking the lead on this.
We have members of our site evaluation team who are going to do this presentation. Are you guys all set on how to share? Oh, we got it. Look, they're so on top of it. Okay, they are ready, way more ready than I was. So I'll let them introduce themselves and they'll take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. My name is Selçuk Azdemir, Director of the Monitoring and Evaluation at the State Public Charter School Authority. I'm joined by my colleagues, Dr. Denise Shah and Gretchen Fehler. Today, we are here to share our site evaluation process with you and share the draft list of schools scheduled for evaluation in the upcoming year. I would like to also invite you to join us for these site visits if your schedule allows. Whether you can attend a full day, half a day, or even just for a specific portion of an evaluation, please let us know. We truly enjoy having you with us and appreciate any time you're able to spend to be part of the process. And as I said, we will provide the list of the schools. If there is any particular schools you're interested, please let us know. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce our site evaluation team. The team is composed of 4 educational programs professionals and 1 administrative assistant. I would like to use this opportunity to brag about the team a little bit. Together, this team brings over 150 years of experience in education here in Nevada. The team's background is various from a state level work at the Nevada Department of Education, as well as extensive district level experience. Their collective background includes classroom teaching, school leadership, instructional coaching, literacy expertise, higher education, also, serving as a Nevada state coordinator for homeless education and contributing the development of the state accountability system, star rating system. So this team is bringing best experience with this. and they represent an exceptional blend of knowledge, perspective, and experience. There is truly no better group of professionals to conduct the site evaluation. Saying that, now I would like to pass it over to Gretchen Fowler so she can kick it.
Good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. Gretchen Fowler for the record. Today, we will provide an overview of the SPCSA site evaluation process. We'll begin by highlighting one of the SPCSA's core values and discuss how it guides the work of the site evaluation team. Next, we'll review the purpose, requirements, and focus of the site evaluation process, followed by an overview of what schools can expect during a site evaluation. We'll then share common trends and key findings from the 2025-26 school year before comparing Nevada's site evaluation process with those used in other states to highlight what makes our approach unique. Finally, we'll discuss what's ahead for the 2026-27 school year. And we'll conclude the presentation with a summary, answer any questions that you may have, and move into our closing remarks. Next slide, please. One of the SPCSA's values is excellence through improvement, a principle that is reflected throughout the organization's current strategic plan. As a site evaluation team, we embrace the value by continuously reflecting on our practices and maintaining a growth mindset. Feedback from schools and stakeholders plays an essential role in helping us refine and strengthen our work. This commitment is evident in the comprehensive, accurate site evaluation reports that we produce and in our ongoing efforts to improve the evaluation process. Each summer, we review and revise our protocols, tools, and supporting documents to ensure that they remain meaningful, effective, and responsive to feedback. For example, based on input from school leaders, we revised portions of the classroom observation rubric this past summer to make it more equitable and reflective of classroom practice. Next slide, please. Legal requirements are foundational to the SPCSA's site evaluation process. Adhering to these requirements ensures compliance with the Nevada revised statutes while providing a consistent framework for the oversight and monitoring of sponsored charter schools. Several of the key statutes that guide our work are listed on this slide. Together, they establish the authority's purpose, responsibilities, and oversight role. Of particular importance is NRS 388A-223, which specifically requires the SPCSA to conduct site evaluations during the first, third, and fifth year of the charter contract or renewal. The statute also directs the authority to evaluate student achievement and overall school performance, identify any deficiencies, and work collaboratively with schools to develop plans to address those deficiencies. This statutory requirement is reflected in our process for addressing deficiencies and strong recommendations. For your reference, a summary of these legal requirements is also included on page 3 of the Site Evaluation Handbook. Next slide, please. The site evaluation process serves several important purposes, all of which support the SPCSA's role as an effective charter school authorizer. First, we gather both formal and anecdotal evidence to develop a comprehensive understanding of each school's performance. This evidence strengthens our ongoing monitoring efforts and provides a well-rounded picture of the school's effectiveness. Throughout the evaluation, we assess how well the school is implementing its mission, vision, and educational model, while also ensuring alignment with its approved charter contract and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. The process also allows us to recognize and document each school's strengths, celebrate progress towards its goals, and identify opportunities for continuous improvement. As we refine our work, we incorporate best practices from nationally recognized charter school authorizers to ensure our evaluation process remains rigorous, meaningful, and aligned with the highest standards. Finally, the information gathered during the site evaluation provides important evidence that informs significant authorizing decisions, including charter renewals, amendments, and other oversight actions. Next slide, please. The SPCSA conducts two different types of site evaluations. The first, shown on the left side of the screen, is the comprehensive site evaluation. These evaluations occur during the first, third, and fifth years of the school's charter contract and provide a thorough review of the school's academic, organizational, and operational performance. For schools that earn a 4 or 5-star rating on the Nevada School Performance Framework, the third-year evaluation may be abbreviated as permitted by Nevada statute. The second type, shown on the right side of the screen, is a targeted site evaluation. These evaluations are conducted when additional oversight is warranted based on a school's individual circumstances. For example, a targeted evaluation may occur if a school received a previous deficiency or strong recommendation by the site evaluation team, earned a 1 or 2-star NSPF rating, or is operating under an academic or organizational notice of concern or breach. This differentiated approach allows the SPCSA to tailor its oversight to each school's performance and support needs while ensuring accountability across all sponsored schools. Next slide, please. Next, I'll provide a brief overview of what happens before, during, and after a site evaluation. Communication with the school begins well before the site evaluation itself. Once the date has been confirmed, the site evaluation team meets with the school's leadership team for a pre-site meeting. This meeting is an important first step in building relationships, introducing team members, answering questions, and establishing a collaborative partnership before the evaluation takes place. During the meeting, the team works with school leadership to develop an evaluation day schedule that best meets the school's needs while ensuring all required components are included. Following the meeting, the site evaluation team conducts extensive preparation. This includes reviewing school performance data, analyzing academic and organizational information, examining recent governing board meeting materials, and developing customized questions for each of the 5 focus groups. As shown on the right side of the screen, schools also complete several preparation steps before the evaluation. These include submitting 2 items through Epicenter, a focus group template with the names of participants, and a presentation that provides an overview of the school. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at what happens on the day of the site evaluation. In most cases, site evaluations are completed in one day and are conducted by at least 2 members of the SPCSA site evaluation team. We begin by meeting with school leadership to review the purpose of the evaluation and outline the day's agenda. Throughout the day, we facilitate focus groups, conduct classroom observations, complete routine operational checks, and gather both qualitative and quantitative evidence. At the conclusion of the visit, the evaluation team debriefs to identify the school's strengths, challenges, and recommendations based on the evidence that we collected. Before leaving campus, we meet with school leaders to provide a high-level summary of our observations, discuss any compliance concerns, and review the status of any previously issued notices, if applicable. After the site evaluation, the team analyzes and synthesizes all of the evidence collected, including focus group feedback, classroom observations, and other data sources. Using this information, we prepare the site evaluation report, which summarizes the school's strengths, challenges, and recommendations. The draft and final reports are shared with the school, and the final report is published on the SPCSA website to ensure transparency. When requested, team members attend governing board meetings to discuss the evaluation findings. If a strong recommendation or deficiency is issued, we continue working with the school leadership to monitor progress and support the implementation of the required improvement plan. Next slide, please. As stated earlier, shown here are the schools the site evaluation team have scheduled for the first semester of the 26-27 academic year. We plan to visit 27 schools during the first semester. Next slide, please. And shown here, the schools the site evaluation team is scheduled for the second semester of the 26-27 academic year. We also plan to visit 27 schools during that semester. I will turn the presentation over to my colleague, Dr. Denise Shaw, to discuss the site evaluation experience.
Denise Shaw for the record. Thank you, Gretchen. This is a little bit more about the site evaluation experience. We aim to provide a high-quality experience by utilizing effective communication with the schools, providing meaningful feedback, and building strong relationships with the school stakeholders. The SPCSA site evaluation team strives to meet each of these expectations by weaving the three key elements through each step of the site evaluation process: the pre-site evaluation meeting, the site evaluation day at the school, and the post-site evaluation. Next slide, please. This slide depicts two sample schedules that the site evaluation team may follow when at a site evaluation. Each schedule is tailored to fit the individual school's bell schedule and daily routine. Schedules are determined by the site evaluation point of contact and the school leader to accommodate the daily schedule at the school. The day is very structured to ensure each time frame allotted receives maximum attention. The site evaluation team strives to be as inobtrusive as possible, with minimum to no disruption of the school's daily flow. Next slide, please. The following are just some of the responses the site evaluation team has received from the school leaders during the 25-26 school year. For example, the middle comment: "We truly enjoyed having you and your team visit our campus. The report looks great, and our team appreciates the time, feedback, and support provided. We look forward to continuing to work hard every day and to our ongoing collaboration." These samples are just a few of the ones the site evaluation team receives yearly. Next slide, please. And here's a few more responses from our school leaders. Some of the responses from school leaders are born from diplomatic and sometimes challenging conversations held during the site evaluation. The site evaluation team often balances oversight with a critical friend lens. Site evaluation team members are often the most frequent faces from the SPCSA that schools see, and as such, building and maintaining a rapport of trust is crucial. Many school leaders value the relationship building that occurs during the site evaluation process and reach out to us with specific and general questions and guidance. The site evaluation team strives to uphold the motto, "The school's success is our success." Our attention to relationship building is key to our team's success. Next slide, please. Here are some common trends the site evaluation team saw in schools this past year. On the left-hand side, we have listed the strengths. We saw strength in an intentional focus on data to drive instruction from leaders and teachers, or another way to say it would be reinforcement of the culture of continuous improvement. We saw a strength with schools focusing on improving the consistent academic growth of subgroup populations. We saw a rise in student voice and engagement within the classroom. We also saw trends in increased levels of strategic teacher questioning, as well as stronger alignment of differentiated professional development to the needs of the student population served. Examples for areas of improvement are on the right-hand side of the screen. They include financial instability, reducing chronic absenteeism rates, refining school-wide systems and structures of tiered support, both academically and behaviorally. The initialism for that is MTSS. We saw a need for increased parental involvement and engagement, as well as in-depth professional development in trauma-informed practices centered around strategic ways to address classroom emotional and mental health concerns to support students with learning. As you know, chronic absenteeism continues to be a challenge for our schools, as already mentioned earlier in today's meetings, with instances of enrollment as well. While many schools have decreased their averages to below 10%, many others struggle with chronic absenteeism. Next slide, please. Here are some data from the 25-26 site evaluation team school visits. Evaluations took place between September of 2025 to April of 2026. The number of schools the site evaluation team visited for site evaluations were 51. The team observed 667 elementary school classrooms, 360 middle school classrooms, and 218 high school classrooms for a total of 1,245 observed classrooms. During the 25-26 school year, the site evaluation team completed 7 new school evaluations and 14 targeted site evaluations. 7 schools received strong recommendations and 6 schools received deficiencies from the site evaluation team. All schools with a charter contract in years 1, 3, and 5 were evaluated as scheduled. Follow-up site evaluations were conducted for schools with strong recommendations and/or deficiencies. Next slide, please. Site evaluation team arrives at the school prior to the beginning of the school's day and is often there after the conclusion of the day, debriefing with the leadership team. Each report that the site evaluation team writes is between 25 to 30 pages in length. During the 25-26 school year, the site evaluation team wrote approximately a total of 1,500 pages of reports. Each site evaluation was conducted by a team of at least 2 SPCSA staff members. Each site evaluation requires on average a total of 50 to 55 staff hours. All available site evaluation reports can be found on the SPCSA website for public access. You can find this at our website, charterschools.nv.gov. Next slide, please. Nevada distinguishes itself by integrating both qualitative and quantitative evidence into a standardized evaluation process. This balanced approach provides a more comprehensive understanding of school performance and supports both accountability and continuous improvement. The site evaluation team evaluates school feedback, anecdotal field notes, and data collected from school leadership teams every summer and revise our practices and materials accordingly. We examine and edit clarity in language, enhance ways in which to streamline the process for schools. For example, this summer, the site evaluation team collectively edited the classroom observation rubric. We added hyperlinks to the handbook that were not previously available and revised guidelines to be more reflective of our process. The leadership presentation slide deck in which the school completes now contains explicit examples of responses from the school eliciting more robust quantifying data. We extended the leadership presentation time to 90 minutes to allow the school a greater opportunity to provide more data points. Each alteration in our process requires the team's input through frequent and regular meetings, multiple drafts, and internal norming of our instruments. Our review process ensures a growth mindset. For the upcoming 26-27 school year, the site evaluation team has updated our handbook, the classroom observation rubric, and the school leadership presentation slide deck. Next slide, please. Moving forward, our focus is on continuous improvement as well as the SPCSA's core value of excellence through improvement, which serves as a pillar for the site evaluation team, and we are excited to enhance our practice of conducting quality site evaluations for this upcoming year. We are looking forward to the 26-27 school year. Now I will return the presentation back over to Dr. Ozdemir.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Selçuk Ozdemir for the record. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we are happy to take any questions you might have.
Chair Thigpen, can I add one thing really quickly? I just want to reiterate, for those of you who've been on the board for a while, you remember that we used to do school visits on Thursday afternoons. And as the makeup of our board has changed, we were having more and more of those scheduled where no board members could come. And that was totally understandable. You're a volunteer board, you're already giving up one day a month and tons of prep. So it's, I don't say that to, embarrass anyone or anything, but when a school is, we were making arrangements for the school that we were coming and then we weren't coming, and it was just like not a good situation. But we also recognize that you do want to get in schools when it works for your schedule. And so I really want to reiterate what Dr. Ozdemir said at the beginning of this presentation. They are giving out a list of all the schools that they're going to be visiting this year. And if you see one that is a school you're interested in going, even if it's like, hey, I can only stop by for 30 minutes versus, I'll hang out all day. Whatever works for you and your schedule, please don't hesitate to reach out to them. We're going to try this approach this year and see if it doesn't meet both the board's needs and get more board members out into school. So that's kind of the approach we're going to try this year and see if it works out better. So just wanted to really reiterate that that's what we're doing.
Awesome. Thank you, Director McAdin and Site Evaluation Team for the presentation. We appreciate it, and I might have to take you up on that invitation. Any questions or comments from board colleagues? Go ahead, Member Salcido.
Just really quick, that list of schools you're visiting this year and the calendar for it and all that, where can we find that?
Selçuk Azdemir, for the record, thank you, Member Salcido. We didn't assign the specific dates. We only look at for a semester for right now. When we have the specific date assigned, we can definitely email you, and then you can just see that specific date in which campus we're gonna be. And then if you wanna join us, you can let us know. We'll be more than happy to provide that list for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Stern?
Very quickly, I would also be interested in receiving the dates. I think just any of them, so that if I think probably all of my board colleagues would like that if that could be communicated, so that I think we all try to make it when we can make it. But I did want to just particularly express appreciation for when you mentioned the examples of slide decks that schools can now see. I know schools have asked for things like that where they can make sure that they are meeting expectations. And so I appreciate that we're now providing that, and just also expressing appreciation for the extraordinary amount of work that your team does, and the thoughtfulness. And it's incredibly ambitious to go to 27 schools each semester. So just acknowledging the extraordinary effort and commitment of your team. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Stern. All right, seeing no other hands up, we will close out agenda item number 13 and go to agenda item number 14, the long-range calendar.
This one will be very short and sweet. Those long-range calendars are there for you to see. As always, they're just there as a reference point for you. We ask that if you do know of any absences that you're going to have, please let us know so we can always ensure that we have a quorum. And then as a reminder, I think I announced this last month, but as a reminder, starting in January, when the session starts, our meetings will move from this location to the Nevada Department of Education. So we'll be back over there during the session. Once that ends, we'll be back here. So just as a point of reference for you. And as always, if there's something that you are interested in hearing about or knowing about, please don't hesitate to reach out to Chair Thigpen or me, and we will ensure that we get it on the long-range calendar.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Director McAdin. And we will open up our final period of public comment. Do we have public comment? Oh, do we have a question?
Just a quick clarification on that long-range calendar. The meeting in August, which I know is a big one for new applicants and things of that nature, it's on a Thursday, is that correct?
Thank you for pointing that out, Member Salcido. Yes, we had to adjust that meeting because we have to appear at the audit subcommittee meeting at the legislature, which required that adjustment. So yes, please make a note of that. It is weird. Our meeting is on a Thursday, which is not normal, and it is a very, very important meeting because it is the meeting where we will be approving new charter school or reviewing new charter school applications.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the long-range calendar? All right. We'll close that agenda item out and open up the final period of public comment. Do we have any in the boardroom? I don't think so. Any public comment online?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Chairs and members of the board, thank you for the time. My name is Robert Diaz, representing the Sheet Metal Workers SMART Local 88. I'm here on agenda item 7. I'm saddened to hear about the news of the $25,000 that's been stolen by the staff of Sage Collegiate and Public Charter Schools under the same agenda item as presented by Mr. Kern. The anger and disappointment expressed by this board in today's hearing is completely warranted and understandable in our opinion. As a representative of labor organizations and fighting for working families every single day, I too express those same sentiments when the wage theft is committed against those workers in our community. I say this to bring the attention to the Eagle Charter School that was under the agenda item 7. While in consideration to all the closing matters this board has before you, I would like to bring to the attention of this board an open case with the Office of the Labor Commissioners under NLC 2500581. Given the fact that this is an open case, I will not discuss details outside of the fact that we filed this complaint on behalf of those workers who perform work on this project, believing the wage theft has been committed against them. Should the Labor Commissioner find merit in our complaint, I would ask this board to consider how these funds that would be paid to those workers be appropriated given the request of Mr. Kern to be released as the closing agent and the limited funds still available in the Eagle account. Without following any more of my scripted public position, I'd like to bring to fact a few of the other agenda items you guys have discussed. In noticing getting a few of the reappropriations of schools that have closed and trying to reopen, I was doing a little bit of map search following along with you guys and realized how close some of these charters are to current schools and or other charter schools in the areas. I wonder if that's part of the consideration of this board when doing approvals. That would be all I have for the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, we have no additional callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. With that said, it is 2:34 p.m. We will call for adjournment. Thank you all for your commitment to service and have a great weekend.